A family speaking out after a 12-year-old is shot and killed. Why they are pointing to older people taking advantage of young kids.
BPD has struggled with staffing for decades.
Plus, as the city continues to deal with a crime crisis, some are blaming an officer shortage. Why he's saying the situation is critical.
Not too bad with our temps right now. We're going to be heating up as we head toward the afternoon and over the next couple of days as well. Break down your forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, April 20th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our Thursday forecast. Good morning.
Good morning, Meg. Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you are getting up early with us here this morning. And if you're just waking up right now, we're talking about temperatures that are not too bad. Definitely not as cold as we've been the last few mornings. Looking out over clear skies over the Inner Harbor. 40s and lower 50s here for Cockeysville and Towson and Baltimore City at 51, your temperature right now. We'll start off cool this morning, warmer for the afternoon, and we are tracking some rain that's rolling in by the time we head into the middle of the weekend. So your morning drive, not too bad. Temperatures are going to be in the 50s in the next few hours and getting into the 60s by about 10 a.m. And we'll top out today in the 80s for our highs. We're talking about possible record-breaking numbers for tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller Traffic Network. This is the Towson cam pulled up for you this morning, and looking pretty good out there. Light volume, no issues to report. We begin this morning in a city in crisis and yet another young person impacted by gun violence. According to police, a 16-year-old boy is in critical condition this morning after being shot in South Baltimore. Police say the shooting happened around 8 o'clock last night on Carver Road. The victim was shot in the head and was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Homicide detectives were notified because of the severity of the victim's injuries. We are working to get more information on their current condition this morning. In the meantime, anyone with information is asked to contact police or Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is right there on your screen, 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. Well, this latest shooting comes just days after a 12-year-old was shot and killed in Baltimore City. According to police, Jalen Richards was gunned down Saturday night on Maisel Court in South Baltimore. This morning, we're hearing more from Jalen's family, who says the 12-year-old was hanging out with an older crowd.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor.
Carjacking. They had him carjacking. These older children, Jalen don't know how to drive. He was just hanging along for the ride. And them older people had already got a catch on him.
My son's life ran out, like I said, to the streets of Baltimore City. Because I was a baby. That's a big bullets.
During the 2022 General Assembly, a law passed shielding kids 13 and under from facing charges. Now families say that their kids are being recruited by adults to commit crimes. So we sent questions to Mayor Scott's office asking, is there a trend of adults using children to commit their crimes in the city? If so, should lawmakers at the state level revisit laws shielding some of these kids from charges? And what's your message to these families? We haven't yet heard back. We also sent questions to Police Commissioner Michael Harrison's office asking, does Baltimore City have a gang problem? If so, what do you say to Baltimoreans who are concerned about growing gang activity? Again, no response. We want to know what you think. Are lawmakers refusing to acknowledge how their decisions impact public safety? So far, 100% of those who have responded say yes. The poll is open right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. As the city continues to see a rise in juvenile crime, some are now pointing to the officer shortage in Baltimore. The department is down nearly 500 officers, most of which would be on patrol. Former Baltimore Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson believes that the current shortage of officers could make the city's crisis worse.
BPD has struggled with staffing for decades. We know that the number of uniformed patrol officers out there is not the only factor that's important in public safety. There are many others. But this one is critical. This one, I would dare say, is the most critical. It gets to the department's ability to immediately respond to a crisis.
According to the City Police Union President, Sergeant Michael Mancuso, there are currently about 600 officers assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift on the streets.
The biggest concern here is there is no easy fix. That's the biggest. If this is something that could just be fixed in a short period of time, I would say we can just get through this. But there is no easy fix. The question is what happens next? And I don't think we know the answer to that question.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, it has been just over 3 months since the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative took effect, and Mayor Brandon Scott says complaints about squeegee kids have gone down 73%. Drivers, on the other hand, say squeegee kids are still working the intersections in no squeegee zones. This video here shows 3 squeegee kids working drivers on President Street Tuesday night. This is one of the city's 6 no squeegee zones.
I'm seeing an uptick in the last week during the warm weather. I used to see them more in the rush hour time frame, and now we're seeing them in these odd areas.
Since the city has established the squeegee zones in February, police say that officers have issued 29 warnings and no citations. Squeegee kids must receive 3 citations before they are issued a citation. If you have a run-in with a squeegee kid, we'd like to hear about it. You can send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. Let us know where it happened and if you have video. Still ahead on the early edition, want to watch your favorite flick under the stars at M&T Bank Stadium? Your chance is coming up. The event for both you and your furry friend. Plus another cool start to the morning, but that will change this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking temperatures in the 80s. It's 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. Our temps starting off in the 40s and 50s right now, so not as cold as we've been the last couple of mornings, but still on the cool side. We'll keep those temperatures in the 40s over the next few hours as you're out for your morning drive. Taking a look at numbers back to the 80s today and even warmer tomorrow. We'll break it all down in the full forecast in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today around Baltimore, it is day 2 of the State of the Black World Conference at the Baltimore Convention Center. The Preakness is exactly 1 month away, and the Maryland Jockey Club will be hosting a hiring event for both short and long-term roles today at Pimlico. And the Ravens are celebrating their extended 20-year partnership with M&T Bank Stadium. The team and the bank will highlight their impact in the greater Baltimore community since 2003. And looking ahead this morning, get your popcorn ready. The Ravens are hosting their annual Movie Night Friday, May 19th at M&T Bank Stadium. They are showing DC League of Super Pets, and you are invited to bring your dog as well. Tickets are $15 at the gate, but only $10 if you book online. Coming up after the break, leaders in Harford County at odds when it comes to educational budgeting. Why some argue that county is failing the schools. Plus, the Department of Public Safety under fire this morning as a transgender woman sues why she says her rights were violated. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, faith on trial. Should employees be forced to work on their day of worship? A test case now unfolding this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. The Harford County School Superintendent is at odds with County Executive Bob Casserly over the proposed school budget for next year. Casserly outlining the budget on Fox 45 Morning News Monday morning. The proposal comes with no tax increases and roughly $305 million for Harford County Public Schools. But that is still $19 million less than the previous administration gave schools in their last budget year.
We've more than fully funded the state, our educational budget over the last several years, and that's enabled our Board of Education to accumulate a fund balance of over $93 million.
The costs are increasing greatly, and but this county is failing to fund education at the level that it needs to.
The Harford County Council will be the ones to consider this proposed budget. Work sessions and public hearings are expected next month. Taking you live now to Florida this morning, where the Florida Board of Education has now approved banning classroom instruction about sexual orientation and gender identities in all grades, kindergarten through 12th. It is expanding the parental rights in education law, dubbed the Don't Say Gay law by critics, that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed last month. The rule change will take effect in about a month. The only sex ed that can be taught is what is required by state standards or optional reproductive education. Critics, including President Biden, call the law hateful and discriminatory against the LGBTQ community. Trending now this morning, a major facelift coming to the Uplands neighborhood in Baltimore as the city looks to turn 63 acres of old housing into 150 high-quality, affordable apartments. It is phase 2 of a project designed to reshape that area. State leaders are hoping that these type of developments can break the stigma surrounding affordable housing.
When we talk about redlining, when you think about urban highway programs, when you think about urban renewal programs, these have been layered investments and layered decisions that have over and over done damage to cities like Baltimore and communities throughout this state. And there's no other way to put it, that those are racist policy decisions of the past that have become cemented over time. And it's going to take our collective and deliberate action to undo those policy decisions.
Well, the revamped neighborhood will also include more than 10,000 square feet of retail space. The Maryland Science Olympiad returns this weekend, and some Baltimore City students are getting some local help. Check this out. Students at Johns Hopkins School of Engineering are helping out at Cherry Hill Elementary Middle School. The Science Olympiad is America's largest STEM competition for middle and high schoolers. Cherry Hill has one of 10 qualifying teams in Baltimore, 9 of which were mentored by Johns Hopkins students. 4:47 now on this Friday Eve. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers because we're heating up.
Can't believe they haven't revealed where the Jonas Brothers are going to play.
I know.
Like, because it's a secret show. That's the whole thing.
And is it today at 1 that tickets actually go on sale?
Oh, I just heard it's Soundstage. Somebody just told me that.
Oh, that's a neat venue.
I think it is today. Yeah, that's the verified thing. So
you're getting them.
We'll see.
We'll see.
It's a lottery. It's, you know, I mean, I don't know if I'll get in.
Good luck, Justin.
Thank you, Megan. I appreciate that. You know, speaking of the lottery, I saw those signs, and it looks like somebody hit the Powerball. It looks, I mean, yeah, reset. I saw 2 20s. So one on the Mega Millions, one on the Powerball. So wasn't us. We're all here. Our Towson camera, good morning to you. Happy Thursday. Megan mentioned Friday Eve, right in front of the weekend. And overall, not too bad. In fact, our temperature's not as cold as we've seen the last couple of mornings. We're actually at 51, so maybe just a light jacket if you're out early for the next couple of hours. And rising and shining with us, grabbing some coffee and enjoying some breakfast, we're seeing those upper 40s and lower 50s. That sun up at 6:23 this morning. Out and about on your day planner, we'll see in the 8 o'clock hour those temperatures into the lower 50s. Heading toward the noon hour, numbers into the mid-70s. Should be a pretty pleasant afternoon. We actually hit 75 yesterday for a high, so we're going to be above that number by noon today, and we'll slide into those low to mid-80s for that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for your Thursday afternoon. And overall, plenty of sunshine too. 68 is typically where we are for April 20th, but we're going to see a lot of low 80s around Carroll and Baltimore counties, down into Baltimore City, about 84 this afternoon, 82 for you in Towson. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties also in those low to mid 80s for Severna Park and Glen Burnie back through Pasadena, 83 in Elkridge for you this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, even warmer in D.C. We're seeing those temperatures in those mid to upper 80s today. Could hit 90 in Richmond. So there's an idea of what we're going to be getting into tomorrow with more of those warmer temperatures continuing to kind of creep up the East Coast. And that's what's going on with our future scan. Pretty much not much in the way of actual rain, but we're definitely seeing that sunshine. We'll see more of a southerly flow develop today and tomorrow especially. This is ahead of our next weather maker, which is a cold front off to the west. So the warmer air that's going to slide up ahead of that is why we're going to see those temperatures really increase. Now, with that cold front Saturday afternoon, this is what we've got to deal with, and that's showers, possibly a couple of thunderstorms as well as that cold front passes through. So just know middle of the weekend, we do have some rain to contend with. By Saturday night, that pushes out of here. We're cooler back behind that for Sunday, and especially as we head toward next week. So here's that 7-day forecast for you. 80s today and tomorrow, close to 90 on Friday. The record for the day is 88, so pretty close to that number, if not breaking that by a degree or two. We're back to the upper 70s on Saturday with those showers into the afternoon and evening, and then Sunday and Monday our temperatures fall back to the 60s, but we do stay dry through the early part of next week. Meg?
Hey, Justin, thank you. Whether it is taking a walk through the park, heading to Camden Yards for an Orioles game this weekend, whatever it may be, we'd love to see how you're going to be enjoying the beautiful weather. You can scan the QR code on your screen right there. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. And this is all powered by Stackla. All right, let's take a look now at our Len Stoller traffic network. We have a live look for you. This is 895 over 95. Looking a little foggy from this shot right here. We've got some volume picking up out there, but no issues to report. That's the good news. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 403 operating with a delay. It's running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find on-time service there in both directions. And Metro Subway Link looking good for the start. No delays there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The parents is planning funerals for their kids, not planning birthday parties.
A family mourning as a 12-year-old becomes one of the city's latest juvenile victims to gun violence. The powerful message from his family. But first, we continue to follow the leak of classified documents, why lawmakers argue too many people have too much access to information. Your time now is 4:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Continue. We are taking you live to Boston here this morning, where lawyers for the Massachusetts Air National Guardsmen accused in the classified documents leak are calling for a 2-week delay. They say they need the delay for a hearing to decide whether the 21-year-old should remain jailed while waiting for trial. Jack Teixeira is accused of sharing highly classified military documents in a courtroom online, or a chat room online, that is. Last night, lawmakers were briefed on the case by the Director of National Intelligence and other security leaders, but many came out of the classified meeting saying they didn't learn much.
Honestly, if I read the newspaper, I would know just about as much as I do today, with some minor exceptions.
It reinforced my feeling. There are too many people with too much access to too much information without guardrails and safeguards, and I was left with more questions than answers.
As the top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Rubio says he is not satisfied with any plans the administration has in place to prevent this from happening in the future. The committee's chairman, Senator Mark Warner, says it is time for Congress to step in to work on reform. Police in Alabama announced a third arrest in connection to a mass shooting that killed 4 people. 20-year-old Wilson Lamar Hale Jr. now facing 4 counts of reckless murder for allegedly opening fire on a Sweet 16 birthday party in Dadeville on Saturday. He joins 2 teenage brothers who were arrested and charged Tuesday. Prosecutors are vowing to file additional charges against the 3. Apart from the fatalities, 32 others were injured in the shooting. 4 are still in critical condition. Developing this morning, the Supreme Court is allowing a widely used abortion pill to remain on the market at least through tomorrow. The FDA approved the drug, mifepristone, in 2000. Earlier this month, a federal judge in Texas ruled back that approval, saying that the ban would take effect a week later. An appeals court reinstated it, but with some major restrictions. Well, the Biden administration appealed to the High Court, and Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito extended the stay.
A decision that is going to have very direct, immediate, and national impact. And the court is proceeding with circumspection, which is what it needs to do.
The justices gave themselves a deadline of midnight last night to decide on the case. It extended that deadline with no explanation. A transgender woman is suing the Department of Public Safety and Correctional Facilities, saying that her rights were violated while in their custody. According to the lawsuit, Chelsea Gilliam was arrested for an assault and held at 2 correctional facilities for 6 months. Her attorney says neither facility accepted her legally changed name and her gender identity. They also claim during her time in jail, she was placed with men, sexually assaulted and harassed by inmates and officers. Because of her gender identity, she was also forced into solitary confinement for months, despite not breaking any rules.
I would say that I was treated like an animal, but it was worse than that. People love and respect their animals. I was treated like an alien from the moment that I entered Baltimore City Corrections.
The lawsuit also alleges Gilliam was denied her hormone treatment while in custody. The Department of Corrections releasing a statement saying while it can't comment specifically about the pending lawsuit, it takes the protection of every incarcerated person's dignity and safety very seriously. You can find the whole statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Making headlines now this morning, the more than $8 billion of American aid dedicated to Afghanistan civilians may be funding the Taliban. That is according to the government watchdog in charge of Afghanistan's reconstruction. He spoke before the House Oversight Committee yesterday, during which he blamed the international organizations handling the assistance for not properly managing the funds. He also went on to accuse the last 4 presidential administrations for setting the conditions that resulted in the 2021 withdrawal.
From ignoring rampant corruption and the lack of a consistent U.S. strategy to the inability to develop self-sustaining Afghan military forces and institutions, the seeds of August 2021's drama were sown many years before.
The hearing comes 2 weeks after the Pentagon and State Department sent Congress a classified after-action review regarding the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Youth violence continues to be a major concern in Baltimore after a 16-year-old was shot last night. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details in the investigation.
More loved ones coming forward, speaking out about the 12-year-old shot and killed over the weekend. Just ahead, the message from Jalen Richards' mom and aunt.
Our temperatures not as cold as we've been the last couple of mornings, but what we see later today, I think you're going to like if you like warm numbers. We're going to talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a great day yesterday afternoon. A little bit of wind, but it was absolutely gorgeous. Find out if we're going to have another day like that today.
I mean, 75 and sunny, right?
We'll take it.
Yeah, that was very nice. Today, even warmer and great outdoor weather. And also, did you have your heater on this morning, Patrice? For
a little bit. A little bit.
Come on. It's in the 50s.
I had to warm my buns for a little bit.
All right. You can warm your buns. Do all you got to do. So looking at our Towson cam right now. Right now, we're seeing clear conditions and temperatures that are a little bit warmer than we've been the last few mornings. In fact, statewide, a lot of us are in the 40s and even some 50s right now. 48 Baltimore City, 49 in Bel Air, 54 your temp right now in Westminster. As you are getting up early, make sure to grab at least a light jacket as you make your way out and have those sunglasses ready to go. No need for the umbrella today. Different story as we head into the weekend because those showers are on the way. But Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive, upper 40s and low to mid 50s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking early on the roads right now, Patrice?
Well, let's see. In our Lynn Stoller traffic network at this early hour, a few people up and out, but they're moving along. No issues. At 5:01, we begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing violence involving young people in the city.
Just last night, 2 people were shot, including a 16-year-old who is now in critical condition.
The violence comes just days after a 12-year-old was shot and killed. His family says he was hanging out with an older crowd.
Carjacking. They had him carjacking. These older children, Jalen don't know how to drive. He was just hanging along for the ride. And them older people had already got a catch on him.
Well, we have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, we will hear more from the family of the 12-year-old and their calls for accountability.
But we begin with the latest act of violence. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the details surrounding the 16-year-old who was shot last night. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the 16-year-old is fighting for his life after being shot in the head last night in South Baltimore. Now, homicide detectives here at the Baltimore Police Department were notified because of the severity of the victim's injuries. The shooting, though, is still under investigation, but police say it happened around 8 last night on Carver Road. The shooting comes after a 12-year-old identified as Jalen Richards was shot and killed in South Baltimore over the weekend. Juvenile violence, though, is a major concern, and one mother, Patty Hawkins, actually moved her family out of Baltimore to escape the crime and help her son succeed. Hawkins says kids are being targeted by adults running gangs in the city, especially after laws changed last year protecting children from certain charges.
I feel like they're prey to these predators, these drug dealers that are hanging out around the schools, because it's easier to have children sell drugs for you than you to get a charge yourself to sell drugs.
Now, the shooting last night and the one over the weekend are still under investigation. So if you have any information, you should call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Tonight, members of the community will be participating in a candlelight vigil to remember and honor the life of Jalen Richards.
Now, so far this year, 9 children under the age of 18 have been murdered in Baltimore, and that includes 12-year-old Jalen Richards. According to police, he was gunned down Saturday night on Maisel Court in South Baltimore. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning, and she joins us with a message from Jalen's mom and his aunt. Shannon.
Well, Jalen's mom and Aunt Patrice are echoing the same words as his grandmother, saying that Jalen got caught up in the wrong crowd and that he was being taken advantage of by these older kids, and it got him killed. Listen to the pain in their voices.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. My son's life ran out, like I said, to the streets of Baltimore City because that was a baby. That took them big bullets.
And this is Jalen Richards right here on your screen. He was shot multiple times Saturday night in his own South Baltimore community as he was running away. That's according to investigators. Now, Jalen's loved ones say Jalen was on house arrest when this happened. The family says that was for theft charges, and they say it's all because he was hanging with an older crowd. And they are not the only family to experience something similar. After a law passed during the 2022 General Assembly session, kids 13 and under are shielded from facing charges. And so families tell us, Tom and Patrice, that these older kids or adults are taking advantage of these younger kids to commit crimes.
Shannon, what are leaders saying about this trend?
Well, they're really not saying much, Patrice. We reached out to the mayor's office asking if this is a trend that they're seeing in the city, these older adults taking advantage of younger kids to commit crimes. We didn't get a response to that. We also reached out to the police commissioner asking if there's a gang problem in the city. And we reached out to lawmakers in Annapolis earlier this week to find out what policies should change to make sure kids are being held accountable. We didn't hear back from any of them. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
We want to know what you think. Are lawmakers refusing to acknowledge how their decisions impact public safety? So far, as you see on the bottom there, 100% of those who have responded say yes. The poll is open right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
5:05 now. Several economic reports are set to be released this morning that could shed some light on the state of the U.S. economy.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're keeping an eye on. Megan?
Yeah, guys, first up, weekly jobless claims set to drop at 8:30 this morning. This was last week's, time for a new one. We know this report is going to serve as a rough indicator to track whether layoffs are rising or falling. Early predictions are, take a look, the 244,000 layoffs will be tallied in the report, a slight rise from the week before. Then, a little later this morning at 10 a.m., reports on existing home sales will be released. They're expected to fall about 2.2% as higher interest rates force many would-be buyers out of the market, and new listings are down about 25% from a year ago. That's according to Redfin. And the last report that we are watching for this morning, guys, U.S. leading economic indicators. This is also expected to drop at 10 a.m. And this report really is an analysis of several records that is used to gauge the overall direction of the economy. It's expected to fall 0.7%, and it is also expected to be followed by a statement from the conference board about what this means regarding the risk of a recession. We're going to bring you those reports as they drop later this morning. For now, that's the latest from our live center.
BPD has struggled with staffing for decades.
Still ahead on the early edition, as the city continues dealing with a crime crisis, some are blaming an officer shortage. We take a look at the critical problem within the department.
Plus, a civil rights attorney speaks out in the shootings of two young people who made similar mistakes, why Ben Crump says the outrage should be equal in both cases.
We're waking up to temperatures that are not as cold as we've been the last couple of mornings and on our way back to the 80s for the afternoon. Man, that was a good decade. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with our forecast in just a few. You're watching the early edition. Stay 5:10 is your time right now on your Thursday morning, otherwise known as Friday Eve. Around the area, we are seeing temperatures that are mainly in the mid to upper 40s as you step out early with us this morning. Cool Thursday morning, but a warmer afternoon is ahead, and we are tracking some rain that's going to roll in by the time we get to the middle of the weekend. So on your yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get outside and get some of that yard work done, no issues here today. Check those numbers. After the morning in the 40s, we'll see those 70s and low to mid 80s through the later part of the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
5:11 and making headlines this morning. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is reacting to the shooting of two young people who mistakenly crossed onto private property.
Just days after 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot in Kansas City, Missouri, 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis was shot and killed in upstate New York. Both shot after accidentally going to the wrong homes. Now, some believe Yarl's attack was racially motivated. Crump, who is representing Yarl in court, says that despite the victims' different races, the outrage should be the same for both cases.
Race does not change the need for justice in either of these cases. If you were outraged at the shooting of Ralph Yarl, you should be outraged at the shooting death of Caitlin Gillis. That is what humanity requires.
The men accused in both of these cases each appearing in court just yesterday. Andrew Lester pleaded not guilty to felony charges related to the shooting. Kevin Monahan has denied bail as he's facing murder charges. Another similar shooting Tuesday. Two Texas cheerleaders are still recovering after being shot for mistakenly getting into the wrong vehicle. 25-year-old Pedro Rodriguez is charged with deadly conduct. 19-year-old Peyton Washington is now in critical condition.
Start thinking about your summer vacation now. Just ahead this morning, how you can save big on your next trip.
We all love coffee, my goodness, and apparently Maryland ranks among the top coffee obsessed. See where it ranks nationwide for Starbucks obsessions. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .15 and topping your consumer news this morning, applications for new mortgages are dropping. According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, applications fell 10% from the week before. Part of the problem, mortgage rates. They've moved up significantly to start this week, though they've continued to bounce between 6 and 7% for several months now. Home prices have not fallen enough to bring homes back into the affordability range. Now, Stellantis is recalling Ram trucks because of a software issue. The recall includes 131,700 Ram 1500 trucks from 2021. The National Highway Safety Administration says the issue could cause engines to stall. Stellantis says no injuries were reported relating to this issue, despite one crash. Dealers will provide free updates to powertrain control module software for those impacted vehicles. Tesla is cutting its U.S. prices again by up to $3,000 for the 6th time this year. Reuters says cuts will impact Model 3 rear-wheel drive and Model Y cars. Tesla has been cutting prices to stimulate demand and to make more models eligible for the $7,500 EV tax credit on new cars and electric plug-in hybrids.
80% of Americans say they are planning to take at least one trip this summer, and we have some tips to help save money if you're one of those people. Now, experts say midweek is the best time to fly, and using tools like Hopper or Google Flights is also a good way to get a sense of the cheapest day of the week to travel. Buying tickets directly through an airline as opposed to Expedia or TripAdvisor, that can save you money as well. Overall, being flexible about when you travel and which airports you use, that is the key to savings.
You will see that flights are cheaper on Tuesdays and Wednesdays versus other days of the week. Of course, we usually want to travel, say, from Sunday to Saturday, but if you have that flexibility, you could save.
Experts also recommend taking a road trip because driving might be cheaper than flying. And when it comes to lodging, deal sites can help you save on rental homes and hotels.
Facebook users can now apply to claim their share of the $725 million class action settlement in a lawsuit alleging privacy violations. Settlement is a result of a legal battle that argues the social media platform improperly shared users' information with third-party apps. User information was reportedly gathered through a quiz app called My Digital Life. That information was then allegedly used to target voters in 2016. You can find more information on this lawsuit and how to submit your claim right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
America may run on Dunkin', but Maryland runs on Starbucks. That's according to a new research study. Researchers with the website Pricelisto.com wanted to find the states that are most obsessed with Starbucks. They calculated the number of Starbucks locations across each state and then ranked them proportionately according to the number of residents per store. The study found that Maryland, which has 332 branches in the state, ranks 9th in states most obsessed with Starbucks. Oregon took the crown as the state most obsessed, followed by Washington and then Nevada.
May I say something?
You may.
You normally do.
Wow. Okay. First of all, I don't understand what everybody... Dunkin' coffee is great. But why are there not more local places around here? Like, there's Vent Coffee Roasters right over there. Yeah. It's Common Ground in Hamden. But there's not good.
I think you do have handfuls of those in the communities, and people know those, and they go to theirs in their own little communities.
I guess I'm just irritated because around where I live now, out near White Marsh, Middle River,
is this Starbucks?
There's not. Yeah. And then I look up on my app, I'm like, oh, I'd like to get something in bakery.
Change.
Dunkin'.
A lot of marketing.
Starbucks. I'm like, come on. Yeah. I need to open a place.
Do it.
Compete with Starbucks.
I'm a Starbucks person. Because it's in like Target, and so when we go to Target, my daughter wants Starbucks as we walk around. Yeah. So it's a thing.
I'm a fan of Rise Up. Started on the Eastern Shore, out of a truck.
I don't even know what. Okay. I think I do know what that is. Okay. All right. Look, you've all had Jess's stuff, so like she could make things. And
coffee?
No, but like we could make a bakery. That's what I'm going. I need a bakery.
So it sounds like we're calling it Jess's. Jess's Coffee House.
Hagel's Bagels. I mean, we could do that too. All right. We got to get to weather. Everybody's yelling at me to do weather. Our downtown Baltimore Cam, good morning to you. Yeah, grab a cup of coffee and enjoy the morning. It's not nearly as cold as we started yesterday morning. Remember those 30s and 40s? Mainly 40s and 50s. You see those right there on the right side of your screen with our temperatures that are going to climb today. A very nice afternoon ahead. We're right now at 48 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. No wind to speak of, and not as much wind wind expected later today. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, at least a light jacket for them in the next few hours with numbers that'll get to about the 50-degree mark here through 7 a.m., but mid-70s by noontime and recess, and we'll be in the low to mid-80s. Overall, a warm afternoon when you pick those kiddos up from the bus stop today. 68 is typically where we are this time of year. Upper 70s and low to mid-80s across central Maryland. Overall, traveling across the country today, 70s in Oklahoma City, 83 in Dallas, mid-80s in Nashville down through Atlanta. Warmer temperatures in the Midwest, and then cooler out west with 40s and 50s for Salt Lake City and Denver this afternoon. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, we know there's a lot of pollen on those cars and overall just a bit dirty. But Thursday and Friday, you've got green lights. Notice I have a red light on Saturday. That's because we're tracking our next weather maker, which is going to bring rain to the area by Saturday afternoon. But we're dry today and tomorrow, and all we're going to do is heat up. So we've got 80s for the next couple of days, even close to 90 by tomorrow afternoon. Here comes that cold front. First part of Saturday is dry. Later part of the afternoon, about noon, is when those storm clouds will start moving through. Showers, couple of pop-up thunderstorms as that front moves through in the afternoon into the evening time. That's going to be when the rain is going to impact you. So kind of right smack dab in the middle of the weekend. Sunday is going to be fine and Friday's fine. It's just Saturday with those showers. But upper 80s tomorrow. We're back to the 70s Saturday and then 60s cooler into next week. Patrice?
All right, looking at our Lynn Solar traffic network as this early hour, our drive times in the green across the board. 9 minutes is your longest commute. You're looking good. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 505 operating with a 10 to 15-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. And 841 train with a 5-minute delay. Light rail link right on time in both directions of that service. And Metro Subway link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The Baltimore Police Department is severely understaffed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, a law enforcement expert weighs in on how this could impact the crime crisis.
3 months since these signs went up and a squeegee ban at certain intersections took effect. Just ahead, I'll have an update on the progress that's been made since then. You're watching Fox 45 News.
525 and turning now to the war in Ukraine. U.S. congressional leaders are blasting Russia's kidnapping of Ukrainian children.
Moscow is accused of unlawfully deporting thousands of children from Ukraine to Russia. A bipartisan group of lawmakers introduced a resolution condemning the Russian Federation's kidnapping of Ukrainian children. Companion legislation has also been introduced in the Senate. Senator Amy Klobuchar calling on Russia to return the children to their families.
Literally ripping them from their families, ripping them from the place that they call home, ripping them from the sense of their culture and the beautiful sunflowers of Ukraine and the blue and yellow flags, to take them to detention camps.
Well, the resolutions also rebuke countries who provide aid and support to Russian Federation. Last month, the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin. The Kremlin denies the kidnappings and says that it's working with organizations to return children to their parents. Still ahead on the early edition, warmer afternoon, and our weather authority team is letting us know when we will see temperatures close to record-breaking 90s.
Plus, dangerous storms ripping through the central U.S. overnight. Up next from our live center, the rising death toll with more severe weather on the way. We're going to take you there. It's 5:26 now, and you're watching Fox 45.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning. Coming up on 5:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are headed for a really big warm-up tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast is starting today.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. And we've got 2 days in a row with temperatures well into the 80s after our highs in the 70s yesterday. Overall, not too bad looking out over the inner harbor. A little patchy fog in some spots here this morning, but overall not a major issue as you make your way out. Ooh, those temperatures definitely climbing. That next 12-hour graphic, you can really see that steady increase all the way up the slope into the low and mid 80s as we head out toward the afternoons. Quick glance forecast should top out right about 84 for your high, well above average for your temperature. Sun coming up a little less than an hour from right now. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that over that big green wall in a few minutes, and we'll talk about the chance for rain that rolls in for the weekend. How are we looking on the roads, Tom? Any issues out there early?
No issues around Baltimore region at all. In fact, taking a live look now from the inner outer loops here in the Towson Parkville area, no issues. The only delay that we can see on the map is if you're headed to D.C. BW Parkway, right before you get to D.C. proper, there's a slowdown.
5:30 and turning now to a city in crisis after there were 2 shootings in Baltimore last night. As of Wednesday morning, police reporting 83 homicides so far this year. That is compared to over 100 at this time last year.
Now, while homicide numbers are trending in the right direction, numbers elsewhere are causing concern. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with more on that. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. We're talking about staffing numbers for Baltimore police. Currently, the department is short nearly 500 officers, so they're stretched very thin. And former Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson believes that the city's crime crisis could only get worse with the current shortage of officers.
We know that the number of uniformed patrol officers out there is not the only factor that's important in public safety. There are many others, but this one is critical. This one, I would dare say, is the most critical. It gets to the department's ability to immediately respond to a crisis.
While homicides are technically down this year compared to this time last year, the violence continues. Just last night, a 16-year-old was shot in South Baltimore, and later a man was found shot and killed in Southwest Baltimore. According to Baltimore police, total staff is about 2,115, which is down from just over 2,600 officers. So as of March 30th, the department is short 489 officers. The City Police Union president says that currently about 600 officers are assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift on the streets. And Johnson says that Baltimore police have dealt with staffing shortages for decades, but that unfortunately there is no easy fix. Back to you.
Olivia, has Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed the understaffing of the department at all?
Yeah, Tom, he has. In fact, just last week, he said that they are getting the job done with fewer officers. Take a listen to what he said.
With nearly 500 fewer officers, we have to use overtime to flex the size of the department to make it look and feel as if we have 2,600. And so that's what we're budgeted for.
So while the understaffing is nothing new, it's still a major concern, and of course, we will continue to follow it. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, it's been a little more than 3 months since Mayor Scott's squeegee collaborative plan took effect. And this morning, we're looking into just how effective the plan has been. Shannon Lilly is joining us live along President Street. She's got a look at the progress. Shannon.
Yeah, the mayor, Patrice, says complaints about squeegee kids are down some 73%. But drivers that we spoke with in this area just this week say they have seen more squeegee kids out, all thanks to the warm weather. In fact, right here on this very street earlier this week, despite these signs saying it's not allowed, squeegee kids have been out and cameras have been rolling. In fact, take a look right here. You can see that on the left side of your screen. This was the scene just after 9 o'clock Tuesday night when 3 squeegee kids were working drivers on President Street, even though President Street is now deemed one of the city's 6 no squeegee zones. And 2 weeks ago, our cameras captured these 2 squeegee kids working the north end of President Street. This is just feet from the entrance to the city police department. Well, an officer and a member of the city's African American Engagement Office arrived on the scene, telling the kids to stop their squeegeeing and urging them to return for help the next day.
They were being very friendly. They weren't being disrespectful, but they're not supposed to be there. And they'll be mentored. We'll have different entrepreneur speakers come in, teach them about entrepreneurship, teach them about financial literacy, and at the end of the day, they receive a stipend.
Now, since the city established these squeegee zones in February, police say officers have issued 29 warnings and no citations. And remember, the squeegee kids must get 3 warnings before they can be issued a citation, and it appears so far that has not happened. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. If you have a run-in with a squeegee kid, we'd like to hear about it. Send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. Let us know where it happened and if you have video.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, Baltimore police are asking for your help in a homicide investigation. The department released this video of the moment a suspect killed a man. It was all caught on camera. It happened Sunday on Chesley Avenue in Northeast Baltimore. There was a hooded suspect you see there wearing all black. He chased the victim behind a home, shooting him multiple times. There is an $8,000 reward for information leading to an arrest in the case. Anyone with information should contact Baltimore police.
Now, a grand jury has indicted 2 Baltimore police officers in separate incidents. Officer Kevin Hilton is accused of second-degree assault. The report claims that Hilton shot at a disabled man who was handcuffed. Officer Unique Shepard faces charges of tampering with evidence and a handgun charge after another officer says they found drugs and a loaded gun in the back of her car. 5:36, and we were just getting word of a tornado outbreak making its way across the middle of the country has now turned deadly.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen at our live center. Megan.
Guys, we want to take you live to Tulsa, Oklahoma here this morning, where the rain you can see kind of still falling, still dark out there this morning. That state getting hit hard over the last several hours. In fact, guys, take a look at this. Now getting word here just into our newsroom that at least 2 people are dead in Cole, Oklahoma, after at least one confirmed tornado tore through that area. It's about 30 miles south of Oklahoma City. Reporters on the ground in the small town of about 600 people sharing these videos. Take a look. You can see 2 tractor trailers there flipped over just from the strong winds. They're also sharing these pictures. Check it out. Fallen trees. We're seeing damaged homes, power lines torn down by that storm there. This destruction causing major outages in central Oklahoma this morning. At last check, more than 19,000 customers in that area are without power. A total of 18 reported tornadoes now being reported in the central U.S. at this hour. And the weather threat we know is not over yet. More strong storms expected later today and tomorrow. In fact, today's risk, that area covers 47 million people, stretching from South Texas to the Great Lakes. And tomorrow, 22 million people need to be on alert for the possibility of strong storms along the Gulf Coast. We are tracking these storms. You can actually see them moving through the central U.S. there right now. We'll, of course, bring you the very latest from our live center. Back to you.
More family members of the 12-year-old killed by gun violence are stepping forward. Why they're pointing to older people taking advantage of young kids.
The mayor promises to restart weekly recycling in Baltimore sometime in the next year. One city councilman is saying that's not good enough. Why he's questioning how the city is spending money.
And we are warming up again this afternoon, but when we could see temperatures close to the 90s. That's the big news. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition All Local all morning.
5:40 in a city in crisis. One Baltimore City councilman is questioning how city funding is being used after Mayor Brandon Scott promised weekly recycling will return by the first quarter of 2024, potentially a full year from now.
And Councilman Yichi Slifer says funding is being misplaced, pointing to the mayor's Clean Core program, paying out $15 million for community groups to pick up the trash. And in the proposed budget for next year, DPW is requesting a 40% pay increase for upper level management, while the overall waste removal and recycling budget is only requesting a 7% increase.
Instead of seeing the DPW executives' salaries ballooning, what I'd like to see is that same 40% increase go to the workers at DPW, the ones who are actually doing the work.
The delay is frustrating residents. One group is filing a lawsuit against the city demanding it follows its own charter, which requires weekly recycling collection. A hearing for that lawsuit has not yet been set.
The parents is planning funerals for their kids, not planning birthday party.
A family is in mourning as a 12-year-old becomes one of the city's latest juvenile victims to gun violence. The powerful message from his family.
Major facelift is coming to the Uplands neighborhood in Baltimore. The stigma local leaders are trying to eradicate. 5:42. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:45 now and trending this morning. A major facelift is coming to the Uplands neighborhood in Baltimore as the city looks to turn 63 acres of old housing into 150 high-quality affordable apartments. It is phase 2 of a project designed to reshape the area. State leaders are hoping these types of developments can break the stigma surrounding affordable housing.
When we talk about redlining, when you think about urban highway programs, when you think about urban renewal programs, these have been layered investments and layered decisions that have over and over done damage to cities like Baltimore and communities throughout this state. And there's no other way to put it, that those are racist policy decisions of the past that have become cemented over time. And it's going to take our collective and deliberate action to undo those policy decisions.
The revamped neighborhood will also include more than 10,000 square feet of retail space. Looking ahead this morning, get your popcorn ready.
Now, the Ravens are hosting their annual movie night Friday, May 19th at M&T Bank Stadium. They're showing DC League of Super Pets, and you're invited to bring your dog to that showing. Tickets are $15 at the gate, but only $10 if you book online.
And take a look at this. Meteorologist Amy Aronson sharing some beautiful videos and pictures of Sherwood Gardens, which are now in full bloom. That's gorgeous. The staff there creates a new canvas every year and maps out the gardens using a variety of colors and flowers. There are over 60,000 bulbs ordered from Holland every year, and coming up on Memorial Day weekend, they're hosting an annual tulip dig where you can take a little piece of the gardens home with you. Look at that. You can find more details on the event and how to donate to the gardens all on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
5:47 now, and speaking of the flowers and the daisies, more yard work again yesterday, more planning, put in some hostas.
Tires good for the lawnmower?
Yeah, tires are great. Tires are working great. Yeah, yeah.
Just want to make sure it's good. You know, we're all
He
good.
had issues. Yeah,
I know. He did. Hey, how about them O's though?
Perry Hall Lawn Equipment.
Perry Hall Lawn Equipment. I know.
Yeah.
We love those guys over there. They put the tube in the tire and it's all done, right? Tube in the tire. It's all you need. Yeah. It's the name of a movie I saw once, Tube in the Tire, I think. So, all right, good morning to you. Yeah, the reason why I was kind of talking about the O's, how about 2 consecutive shutouts down the Beltway? And we were talking about second place, everybody, in the AL East. We're tied for second place as the O's come back home tomorrow night against the Detroit Tigers. So great couple of games down there against the Nats. Domino Sugar Sign lit up right now and looking nice as we get you out here this morning. Our temperatures are in the upper 40s, not nearly as cold as we've been the last few mornings. And notice that wind speed at 0, so also calm conditions. Over the next few hours, as you rise and shine with us, upper 40s and low to mid 50s here in your Rise and Shine cast with that sun coming up just after 6 o'clock, about 6:23, the official sunrise set for today. 54 by about 8 a.m. on your day planner, and as you're heading out and about through noon, we're going to see those temperatures in the mid-70s, which is where we ended up yesterday, on our way to the low and mid-80s. Another very nice spring day and even warmer conditions for this afternoon, hitting 84 for that afternoon high. So low to mid-80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers in Hartford and Cecil counties, upper 70s and lower 80s. Overall, all of us are looking pretty good with the above average conditions for today. Great day to throw some stuff on the grill, get that grill going later into the afternoon. Still some lower 80s if you're hanging out on the patio or outside with your friends and family. And by the way, on your outdoors cast, this is Betty the Butterfly right here. We're talking about green lights today and tomorrow. I do have a yellow light on Saturday. It's only because we are tracking some rain showers that are going to roll through by the middle of the day. So looking at our future scan, all dry today and tomorrow with just those above average numbers and possible record-breaking numbers for tomorrow. Then that cold front comes through on Saturday. So first part of Saturday's dry, right about 1, 2 o'clock. Showers develop along the frontal boundary, possibly a thunderstorm or two as we take you into Saturday afternoon and evening. That's going to be the rainiest part of the weekend. Here's that 7-day forecast. So mid to upper 80s could be tying or breaking a record tomorrow. Back to the upper 70s Saturday, and then 60s return Sunday and into early next week. All right, Tom, what are we looking at? Oh, we'll do the traffic.
Right now, yeah, we want to talk about sending pictures and videos in just the same way Amy did with that Sherwood Gardens. That was beautiful. Maybe you're heading out to Camden Yards for an Orioles game, Justin, like you like to talk about the games. Whatever it is you're doing, we want to see how you're enjoying the beautiful weather. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, and that is where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and this is actually out of the Baltimore area. This is south of D.C., right near Joint Base Andrews, and this is on 495. It's a vehicle fire, but it's closing down the entire northbound lanes of 495 right now, and you can see why. They've got it all blocked off. They were letting some vehicles go through the median just a little while ago, but they have shut that off because of this vehicle fire. That's the only thing it says. Not sure how bad it is, but you can see the smoke coming from the right side of your screen and just kind of blanketing the entire highway there as it moves across. So we'll continue to follow this throughout the morning. Again, this is 495 right near Joint Base Andrews, southeast of D.C. Now, pardon me, here we want to go find your mass transit around the Baltimore region. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Thursday, Mark.
Happy Thursday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got train 505 on the Penn line operating with an 8 to 10 minute delay, and Penn train 511 with a 5-minute delay for the start. Light rail link right on schedule from end to end. Metro subway link, though, has a delay. It's presently running 10 to 15 minutes late. Certainly allow time for travel out there on Metro subway link this morning. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
I'm Scott Thuman in Washington, where there's another critical fight about abortion rights, and the political fallout could be significant. I'll explain.
.554 and continuing coverage on the shooting of two young people, one in Missouri and one in New York, who mistakenly crossed onto private property.
This morning, civil rights attorney Ben Crump is reacting to both cases. Just days after 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot in Kansas City, 20-year-old Caitlin Gillis was shot and killed in upstate New York, both shot after accidentally going to wrong homes. Some say that Yarl's attack was racially motivated. Crump, who is representing Yarl in court, says despite the victims' different races, the outrage should be the same for both cases.
Race does not change the need for justice in either of these cases. If you were outraged at the shooting of Ralph Yarl, you should be outraged at the shooting death of Caitlin Gillis. That is what humanity requires.
The men accused in both cases each appeared in court yesterday. Andrew Lester pleaded not guilty to felony charges related to the Yarl shooting. Kevin Monahan was denied bail as he faces murder charges for shooting Gillis. Then on Tuesday, a similar shooting in Austin, Texas. Two high school cheerleaders are still recovering after being shot for mistakenly opening the wrong car door. 25-year-old Pedro Rodriguez is charged with deadly conduct now, and 18-year-old Peyton is in critical condition.
Well, taking you live to D.C. this morning, where we are continuing our coverage on the critical Supreme Court decision about abortion.
We were expecting a ruling yesterday on legalities behind abortion pill restrictions, but the court pushed back that deadline now to Friday night. Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman explains the political battle is a big part of this debate.
Another critical Supreme Court say on abortion in America, with political fallout playing out just across the street.
Republicans have one goal. They want to control women in every state and every zip code.
The Democrats use it against us, obviously, in election. Well, we're doing away with abortion.
While in the 2022 midterm elections, Republicans won on the top issue of inflation, the red wave they were expecting never truly materialized, since some say conservative efforts to limit abortion rights also galvanized opponents. Politico reporting abortion hadn't simply awakened Democratic voters, it was actually persuading swing voters, citing internal memos calling it a massive vulnerability for Republicans.
Every time Republicans are talking about abortion, we're losing, right? Because we don't do it well as a party, right? I think the next generation of Republican that's not a top priority for them.
But that hardly means all Republicans are backing off.
I'm pro-life. I don't apologize for it. We're going to continue to champion the right to life. We're going to continue to champion the interests of women born and unborn.
In Florida, potential presidential candidate and governor Ron DeSantis further restricting when a woman can get an abortion from 15 weeks to now just 6 weeks. Within the party, worries that will only hurt the GOP in 2024. Former President Trump unusually quiet on that latest move, while President Biden tweeted the only way to counter it, elect a Congress who will pass a law restoring Roe v. Wade.
If any Republican thinks that voters have simmered down on the abortion issue, they are wrong. That is going to continue well into the next presidential race.
A fight already well underway. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
Continuing coverage now on the Massachusetts Air National Guardsman accused of leaking classified documents.
His lawyers called for a 2-week delay for a hearing to decide whether the 21-year-old should remain jailed while waiting for trial. Jack Teixeira is accused of sharing highly classified military documents in a chat room online. Last night, lawmakers were briefed on the case by the Director of National Intelligence and other security leaders, but many came out of the classified meeting saying they didn't learn much.
Honestly, if I read the newspaper, I would know just about as much as I do today, with some minor exceptions.
It reinforced my feeling. There are too many people with too much access to too much information without guardrails and safeguards, and I was left with more questions than answers.
As the top Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Marco Rubio says that he's not satisfied with any plans the administration has in place to prevent this from happening in the future. The committee's chairman, Senator Mark Warner, says it's time for Congress to step in to work on reform.
Youth violence continues to be a major concern in Baltimore after a 16-year-old was shot last night. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details in the investigation.
More loved ones coming forward, speaking out on the 12-year-old shot and killed over the weekend. Just ahead, the message from Jalen Richards' mom and aunt.
Somebody's trying to hide something, and that they know they have a bad situation.
Project Baltimore continues to investigate education discrepancies across Maryland. Still to come this morning, the state's explanation for why test results were removed from its website.
70s yesterday, 80s today, 80s tomorrow, possibly 90s as we get closer to the weekend. We're going to break it all down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go, Curtis.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and somebody that's very hyper already this morning at 6 o'clock. Meteorologist Justin James, you were just doing the whole thing while you're talking.
And you want to tell people who Curtis is?
Yeah, Curtis is the guy who pushes the buttons in the back, and he's leaving us. Today's his last day. Yeah, he's our director, so we're going to miss him terribly. He's a great guy, but just a big shout out to KG.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Hopefully he'll do some stuff so I can go over to the...
He's rapping you. There you go.
Oh, there we go. See, he pushed that button, so he makes the thing
He was
happen.
emotional because you shouted him out.
I put a cape on him. He's wearing a cape right now. Good morning to you, our live cam in Towson. We do have some patchy fog in some spots this morning. Overall, not as cold as yesterday, with numbers in the 40s and even lower 50s. Cockeysville, Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City, right at 50. 57 in Dundalk, actually one of the warmer spots, and 52 for you, Brooklyn Park. So a cool Thursday morning. We are going to be warmer this afternoon, but we're tracking rain as we head into the middle of the weekend. So overall, your morning drive, really no issues out there. Low to mid 50s next couple of hours. Maybe the windows down this morning, maybe the bun warmers if you want them. We'll have another look at your full forecast and what we can expect with the temperatures rising later today. That's coming up in a few. All right, Tom, what are you working on in the traffic department?
Really around the Baltimore region in the Lens Solar Traffic Network here. A live look over 95, 895 split. And around the Baltimore region, we are great. No issues, no major issues to report at all. The main issue has been down right near D.C., right on 495 near Joint Base Andrews. There is a truck fire that has been getting cleaned up here. This shot looks a lot better than what we had earlier, where it was just completely blocking 495, where they had to shut it down completely. So obviously you're seeing two lanes getting by out of the 4 to 5 lanes that typically go by in that area. So backups there if you're heading north on 495 south of D.C. because of that truck fire.
They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. The parents is planning funerals for their kids, not planning birthday parties.
I would never, ever be able to touch him again and tell him how much I love him. And it's heartbreaking.
In a city in crisis, violence continues and young people in Baltimore are being caught in the middle.
This morning, we have live team coverage of this ongoing crisis. Now, in a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with continuing coverage on the 12-year-old who was shot dead over the weekend. His family calls for accountability.
But we begin with Olivia Dance, as a 16-year-old is in critical condition this morning after being shot last night. Olivia.
Hey, Tom and Patrice, the 16-year-old is fighting for his life after being shot in the head last night in South Baltimore. Now, homicide detectives here at the Baltimore Police Department were notified because of the severity of the victim's injuries. The shooting, though, is still under investigation, but police say it happened around 8 last night on Carver Road. The shooting comes after a 12-year-old identified as Jalen Richards was shot and killed in South Baltimore over the weekend. Juvenile violence is a major concern, and one mother, Patty Hawkins, actually moved her family out of Baltimore to escape the crime and help her son succeed. Hawkins says kids are being targeted by adults running gangs in the city, especially after laws changed last year protecting children from certain charges.
I feel like they're prey to these predators, these drug dealers that are hanging out around the schools, because it's easier to have children sell drugs for you than you to get a charge yourself to sell drugs.
Again, the shooting last night and the one over the weekend are still under investigation. So if you have any information, you should call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:04 now. And so far this year, 9 children have been murdered in Baltimore City.
And that includes 12-year-old Jalen Richards. Police say he was gunned down Saturday night on Maisel Court in South Baltimore. Shannon Lilly is continuing our team coverage this morning. She joins us with the message from Jalen's mom and his aunt. Shannon.
Well, Jalen's mom and his aunt, Patrice, are echoing the same words as his grandmother, that Jalen got caught up in the wrong crowd of older kids who were taking advantage of him, and it got him killed. Listen to the pain in their voices.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. My son's life ran out, like I said, to the streets of Baltimore City because I was a baby. That took them big bullets.
Just heartbreaking. And this is Jalen Richards right here on your screen. He was shot multiple times Saturday night in his own South Baltimore community as he was running away. That is according to investigators. Now, Jalen's loved ones say Jalen was on house arrest when this happened, and the family says that was for theft charges. They say it's all because he was hanging with an older crowd. And they are not the only family to experience something similar. After a law passed during the 2022 General Assembly session, kids 13 and under are shielded from facing charges. And so families say, Patrice, that these adults are recruiting kids to commit crimes.
So, Shannon, how are leaders reacting to that? What are they saying about this possible trend?
Well, they're really not saying much about it, Patrice. We reached out to the mayor's office to find out if this is a trend that they're seeing, these adults using kids to commit crimes. We didn't hear back. We also reached out to the police commissioner to find out if there's a gang problem in the city. And earlier this week, we tried to ask lawmakers about if there needs to be some policy changes to hold kids accountable. We didn't hear back from any of them. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We want to know what you think. Are lawmakers refusing to acknowledge how their decisions impact public safety? So far, 100% of voters say yes. The poll is open right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Now, when it comes to the juvenile crime crisis outside of the city, some in law enforcement expressed frustration to Fox 45 that current laws prevent them from arresting and charging juvenile offenders.
Earlier this year, Anne Arundel County releasing 7 pages of crimes they say were committed by children 12 and younger, including car thefts, animal abuse, and rape. State law prevents those children from facing any charges.
We also heard from the Harford County Sheriff back in January. He told us in the first 2 weeks of the year that 18 young people committed crimes in his county, and none of them will face charges. As violence continues in the city, the police department is facing a nearly 500 officer shortage. How this plays into the ongoing crime numbers.
And we are just about 2 hours away from the first of 3 big economic reports due out today. What it could reveal about the U.S. economy.
Our temperatures are not as cold as yesterday morning. We're going to heat up this afternoon. We're talking 80s today and tomorrow, but some rain in our future. We'll break it down for you coming up.
6:10. Several economic reports are set to be released this morning that could shed light on the state of the U.S. economy.
And Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with what we're keeping an eye on. Megan?
Yeah, guys, first up, weekly jobless claims. They come out every Thursday morning at 8:30. And this report really, guys, serves as a rough indicator to track whether layoffs are rising or falling. Early predictions are that 244,000 layoffs will be tallied in this report. It's a slight rise from the week before that I have pulled up here on the smartboard. Then, a little later this morning at 10 a.m., reports on existing home sales will be released, and they're expected to fall about 2.2% as higher interest rates are forcing many would-be buyers just out of the market. It's just too expensive. And new listings are down about 25% from a year ago. That's according to Redfin. And the last report that we're waiting for here this morning is U.S. leading economic indicators. This is also expected to drop at 10 a.m. This report is an analysis of several records used to gauge the overall direction of the economy. It's expected to fall 0.7%, and it's going to be followed, guys, by a statement from the Conference Board about what that means regarding the risk of a recession. We're going to bring you those reports live as they drop this morning. For now, that's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Squeegee kids remain at some corners in Baltimore despite the collaborative plan that says that they cannot be there. Still to come this morning, we're taking a look at the numbers to see how effective the mayor's plan really is.
Fears grow that the more than $8 billion of aid being sent to Afghanistan civilians could actually be funding the Taliban. After the break, we hear from a government watchdog on what he believes is to blame. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .6:15 this morning, at least 78 people are dead and dozens more injured after a stampede in Yemen.
Now, according to a local news outlet, the incident occurred in the country's capital. Hundreds of people were gathering at a school to receive donations. They say authorities have arrested those responsible for the distribution and have started an investigation. But the Associated Press cites 2 eyewitnesses who say the panic started after Houthi fighters shot into the air in an attempt to try and control the crowd, but instead they hit an electrical wire.
The more than $8 billion of American aid dedicated to Afghanistan civilians may be funding the Taliban. That's according to the government watchdog in charge of Afghanistan's reconstruction. He spoke before the House Oversight Committee yesterday, during which he blamed the international organization's handling of the assistance for not properly managing the funds. He also went on to accuse the last 4 presidential administrations for setting the conditions that resulted in the 2021 withdrawal.
From ignoring rampant corruption and the lack of a consistent U.S. strategy to the inability to develop self-sustaining Afghan military forces and institutions, the seeds of August 2021's drama were sown many years before.
Now, the hearing comes 2 weeks after the Pentagon and State Department sent Congress a classified after-action review regarding the Afghanistan withdrawal.
Well, take a look at this. A rare solar eclipse crossing over remote parts of Australia and Indonesia. A lucky few in the path of this hybrid solar eclipse got plunged into the darkness of a total eclipse. A ring of fire was seen in the Western Australia as the sun peeked out from behind the moon. Now, the eclipse path swooped from the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean, mostly over water.
Do you guys know why it's called a hybrid eclipse?
No, but I have a feeling he's going to tell us.
I will, if you'd like to know.
I would
love to.
I was sitting here going, what is a hybrid eclipse?
Yeah, so annular solar eclipse is when you have that ring of fire, which is what they saw there. But there was a point where it became a total solar eclipse where you don't see anything, right? And then it became another annular eclipse. So it was just a part where, that's what we call it, a hybrid, because it was like 2 eclipses in one, essentially. We get one in the U.S., an annular solar eclipse in October this year, but the big one, guys, is April 8th next year.
Is it going to be the hybrid? Because now that's what I want.
No. Next year, total solar eclipse. No, you want the total solar eclipse.
Well, but they had that too. They had the annular and then the total.
Period. We get a total. We get a huge amount of totality coming up in April of next year.
I don't need to be in the darkness for that long.
No, it's amazing. I witnessed it in 2017, and it is something that you absolutely have to see and do. We're already booking our tickets to Cleveland, Ohio. My friend lives in Cleveland, and we're going to try to be there. Maybe Texas. I don't know. Texas will probably be a better shot at it in April because you'll have less chance of the clouds being there. So. Ooh, got me all pumped up. You got me talking eclipses.
And that is why you're a meteorologist.
Yeah, baby. All right. Yeah, that is awesome. All right, good morning to you. I just stepped outside myself, and hopefully, if you haven't done that yet, it's a nice breath of fresh air. A few of those high clouds kind of hanging around, maybe a little patchy fog. But overall, our temperatures not as cold as they've been the last couple of mornings. In fact, we're right at 50 degrees in Towson. Not much in the way of wind, and our wind is actually going to be less intense for today, but our temperatures are going up. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, our temperatures mainly into the upper 40s and lower 50s for the next few hours. Right about 76 noontime and recess. We're looking good, and you can pick those kids up this afternoon with temps in the low to mid 80s. We're talking summer clothes this afternoon, shorts and flip-flops, and definitely a great day to get out there on the golf course on our forecast. Upper 50s through 9 a.m., mid 60s through mid 70s, excuse me, through the noon hour. And our temps in the low to mid 80s here later today. Whew, still on the eclipse thing. 68 is your high today. That's the average. So we're going to be well above that number, low to mid 80s for most of us across central Maryland for the afternoon. That's going to continue up and down the 95 corridor. Almost 90 in D.C. this afternoon, 90 in Richmond. A little cooler to the north up in Philly at 76. Down the ocean also looking good in the mid 60s today. Now, check out our temperature tracker. Notice we stay well above average for at least the next 3 days. We're a lot closer to average on Sunday. And then Monday and Tuesday, we actually dip a little bit below average, but it's not bad. 60s next week are going to be actually pretty nice to wrap up the final week of April. At the car wash, if you want to get those cars cleaned up today and tomorrow, you're fine. Notice I have a red light on Saturday only because that rain is rolling through by the time we head towards Saturday afternoon. Checking our future scan. Dry today and tomorrow. The increase in temperatures, you'll be noticing that, especially tomorrow. That's ahead of a cold front. So that warmer air out ahead of that cold front, and that moves in by Saturday midday into the afternoon. That's when we'll see those showers, and showers off and on through the later part of the afternoon into Saturday evening, maybe even a thunderstorm or two as the wet weather kind of rolls through the area. But behind the front, it gets cooler. That's what happens when a cold front passes through. So from the upper 80s Friday to the upper 60s on Sunday, pretty big temperature differences, but we're dry through the middle of next week. All right, Tom, what's the update on the roads out there, bud?
Baltimore area looks great. No issues to report. A little bit more volume picking up as you're taking a live look in the Parkville area. The inner and outer loops moving along just fine. That's what you'll see in your Lynn Stoller traffic network throughout Baltimore. However, we are following what you see here on your screen right now. This is down 495's outer loop, so you're northbound right near the Joint Base Andrews, though, is this where this is happening. It was a truck fire. It was closing all of the outer loop on 495 earlier. You can see 2 lanes are now getting by as the smoke has really been subsided. Emergency crews trying to put that vehicle fire out. So we're still trying to find out some more details about that. Everybody else is moving along just fine. No issues to report. Now we want to get a check with your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 845 with an 8 to 10 minute delay, and Penn train 511 operating about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel on those instances. Metro subway link with a 10 to 15 minute delay between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. Allow time for travel there, too. Light rail link looking good, though no delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The president makes a stop in Maryland to push his proposed budget plan. Why he's saying the desired cuts from Republicans would hurt everyday Americans.
The Baltimore Police Department is severely understaffed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, a law enforcement expert weighs in on how this could impact the crime crisis. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.624 and taking you live to Capitol Hill for your consumer news this morning.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy unveils a new package that would raise the national debt by more than $1 trillion while also rolling back some of the President Biden's top policy achievements.
This responsible legislation will be led by our budget chairman, Jody Arrington. Would responsibly raise the debt limit into next year and provide more than $4.5 trillion in savings to the American taxpayer.
Now, the bill has almost no chance at becoming law, but McCarthy says it's meant to put pressure on President Biden. It would also rescind the president's student loan relief plan, which is immediately turning Democrats away.
They want to increase costs for hardworking families, take food assistance and health care away from millions of Americans, and increase the debt when combined with House Republicans' proposal for tax giveaways skewed for the super rich, special interests, and profitable companies. And that seems to be their priority.
McCarthy is aiming for a House floor vote on the measure by next week.
President Biden takes a trip to Prince George's County to make his case for a proposed budget plan. Now, in his speech, the president says cuts wanted by Republicans will hurt everyday Americans. He's actually aiming for a higher tax on the wealthiest and corporations.
Just think about it. We have now about 1,000, as I said, billionaires. Their average tax is 8%, as I said. It's wrong. That's why I proposed a billionaire minimum tax. No billionaire should be paying less of a tax rate than a school teacher or a firefighter.
Well, Biden claims his plan will cut the national debt by almost $3 trillion over the next decade.
We have a cool morning out there, but temperatures will finally reach the 80s again by this afternoon.
Still to come, our Weather Authority team taking a look at the records that we could possibly break tomorrow.
3 months since these signs went up and a ban on squeegeeing in certain intersections took effect. Just ahead, we'll have an update on the progress that's been made since then. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday. It's coming up on 6:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yeah, April 20th, and it's starting to feel like we are April 20th.
I like it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a warm forecast.
Yeah, hopefully you enjoyed yesterday, guys. We're talking about 70s for the highs, mid-70s at that, and we're going to be adding about 7 or 8 degrees for those highs today. Those numbers that will continue to climb later into the afternoon. Beautiful shot right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam as that sun is now up on your Thursday morning or Friday Eve. Right around the region, we're seeing those temps in the 40s and 50s, so not nearly as cold as we were yesterday, but maybe just a light jacket as you're getting out the door. That's about all you're going to need. And make sure you got those shades ready to go, too, with the sunglasses needed for today and not the umbrella. We will need the umbrella as we get into the weekend as we're tracking some of that rain rolling through. But out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, we're talking low to mid-50s. Overall, cool conditions, but not too bad for the morning. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take a look at when that rain is going to impact you and how much warmer we get tomorrow as well. All right, Tom, it seems like it's been busy out there. What you got now?
Yeah, busy in D.C., but not around the Baltimore region. Taking a look at Lynn Stoller Traffic Network. This is 695. You see the inner and outer loops moving along just fine right near Ruxton area here. No issues. So you have to go to D.C. to find multiple incidents. This is one that we've been following this morning. It's actually major improvements as 2 lanes are getting by 495 right at Joint Base Andrews, where there was a vehicle fire. It was a massive fire earlier, blocking the road and shutting down 495's outer loop. It's causing some delays in both directions. It is getting better as they're improving, and it looks like they're really just letting that, I guess, whatever is burning, burn off here now as a control. It looks like it's a controlled burn as it's going. Also, when you're on 295 southbound, right before you get to 495 in D.C., an accident southbound, and that's causing up some delays, too. No cameras in that area.
6:31 and turning now to a city in crisis. 2 shootings in a matter of hours last night. Police are reporting 83 homicides now so far this year, compared to more than 100 at the same time last year.
While homicide numbers are trending in the right direction, numbers elsewhere are causing concern.
Olivia Dance joins us live with more on that. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. We're talking about staffing numbers for Baltimore police. Currently, the department is short nearly 500 officers, so they're stretched very thin. And former Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson believes that the city's crime crisis could only get worse with the current shortage of officers.
We know that the number of uniformed patrol officers out there is not the only factor that's important in public safety. There are many others, but this one is critical. This one, I would dare say, is the most critical. It gets to the department's ability to immediately respond to a crisis.
While homicides are technically down this year compared to this time last year, the violence continues. Just last night, a 16-year-old was shot in South Baltimore, and later a man was found shot and killed in Southwest Baltimore. According to Baltimore police, total staff is about 2,115, which is down from just over 2,600 officers. So as of March 30th, the department is short 489 officers. The City Police Union president says that currently about 600 officers are assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift on the streets. And Johnson says that Baltimore police have struggled with staffing for decades, but unfortunately there is no easy fix. Tom, back to you.
Olivia, has Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed the understaffing of the department at all?
Yeah, Tom, he has. In fact, just last week, he said that they are getting the job done with fewer officers. Take a listen to what he said.
With nearly 500 fewer officers, we have to use overtime to flex the size of the department to make it look and feel as if we have 2,600. And so that's what we're budgeted for.
So while the understaffing is nothing new, it's still a major concern. And of course, we will continue to follow it. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, it has been a little more than 3 months since Mayor Scott's Squeegee Collaborative Plan took effect. And this morning, we're looking into how effective the plan has been.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live alongside President Street with a look at the progress. Shannon?
Well, the mayor, Tom, says complaints about squeegee kids are down some 73%. Now, we have talked to some people in this area who say they have seen more squeegee kids out recently, all thanks to the warm weather. In fact, on this very street just earlier this week, despite these signs saying it's not allowed, squeegee kids were out and cameras were rolling. In fact, take a look right here at the left-hand side of your screen. This was the scene just after 9 o'clock Tuesday night when 3 squeegee kids were working drivers on President Street, even though President Street is now deemed one of the city's 6 no squeegee zones. And 2 weeks ago, our cameras captured these 2 squeegee kids working the north end of President Street, just feet from the entrance to the city police department. An officer and a member of the city's African American Engagement Office arrived on the scene, and they told the kids to stop their squeegeeing, and they urged them to return for help the next day.
They were being very friendly. They weren't being disrespectful, but they're not supposed to be there. And they'll be mentored. We'll have different entrepreneur speakers come in, teach them about entrepreneurship, teach them about financial literacy, and at the end of the day, they receive a stipend.
Now, since the city established these squeegee zones in February, police say officers have issued 29 warnings, no citations. Remember, squeegee kids must get 3 warnings before they can be issued a citation, and it appears so far that has not happened. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, if you have a run-in with a squeegee kid, we'd like to hear about it. Send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. Make sure that you let us know where it happened and if you have video.
A disturbing trend we're seeing more and more of across the U.S., violent crimes being committed by young people. Still to come, how the case is happening in Maryland compared to those across the U.S.
Plus, dangerous storms ripping through the central U.S. overnight. The rising death toll with more severe weather on the way. We're going to take you there live.
We may have a cool morning, but we're going to feel the 80s later today and tomorrow. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers takes a look at when the next weather maker moves into the region. 6:36 is the time.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk. While some folks are enjoying lovely spring mornings and serene mountain sunsets, snow is still ruling the day in Lewistown, Montana. These springtime photos resemble a winter landscape. The calendar says spring has been here for a while, but the area is under a winter storm warning through Thursday morning. Listen to Off the Radar, new episodes every Tuesday. Find it wherever you get your podcasts.
We're just getting word a tornado outbreak making its way across the middle of the country has turned deadly.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen, who's at our live center. Megan.
Yeah, Patrice, we're taking you live to Tulsa, Oklahoma here this morning. Still some rain falling out there. We've been watching some lightning striking out there. That state hit very hard over the last several hours. In fact, take a look at this. Just into our newsroom here this morning, we are getting word at least 2 people are dead in Cole, Oklahoma, after at least one confirmed tornado tore through that area. We know it's about 30 miles south of Oklahoma City. Reporters on the ground there in the small town of about 600 people sharing these videos here. You can see 2 tractor trailers just flipped over. That's from the strong winds. They're also sharing these pictures. Check it out. You can see fallen trees. There's damaged homes, power lines just torn down by this storm. As a result, the destruction causing major outages in central Oklahoma this morning. At last check, more than 19,000 customers in that area are without power. Across the central U.S., a total of 18 tornadoes being reported. And this weather threat, guys, it is not over yet. We've got more strong storms expected later today and tomorrow. Today's risk area covers 47 million people, stretching from South Texas to the Great Lakes. And tomorrow, 22 million people need to be on alert for the possibility of strong storms along the Gulf Coast. Here in our region, we have some rain moving in over the weekend. Right now, just seeing the central area being impacted. But as we head into the weekend, we need to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers for this to see what the timing looks like for us, Justin.
Yeah, and it's actually part of the same weather system, Meg. That system that is right now over the central plains, bringing the damaging winds, even a lot of lightning from Omaha through Kansas City. You can see that large area of low pressure and that cold front right here. That's going to continue to track through those areas that Meg talked about with the threat for impacted weather and, of course, the severe weather threat that's later this afternoon and tomorrow as well. And by Saturday, this cold front's going to make its way to Baltimore. It's going to bring us rain showers and the potential for some thunderstorms. This time of year, we definitely need to keep alert and stay alert when those weather makers come through, because we could have some of those showers and storms that could be impacting you. So we'll take a closer look at this. We'll take you hour by hour and let you know exactly what we're looking at. Beautiful sunshine right now and warmer temps today. Not much to get in your way weather-wise. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. In our next half hour, one councilman is saying city funding is being misplaced. Why he's pointing to the mayor's Clean Core program to blame. 6:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
6:45 now. Violence involving young people in the city continues to be a major concern. Just last night, 2 people were shot, including a 16-year-old who is now in critical condition. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning. She's got more on this latest investigation. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the 16-year-old is fighting for his life after being shot in the head last night in South Baltimore. Homicide detectives here at the Baltimore Police Department were notified because of the severity of the victim's injuries. The shooting is still under investigation, though, and police say it happened around 8 last night on Carver Road. The shooting comes after a 12-year-old identified as Jalen Richards was shot and killed also in South Baltimore over the weekend. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison says they recovered what appears to be assault rifle casings on the ground after that shooting. The shooting last night and the one over the weekend are still under investigation. So anyone with information is asked to call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. But coming up in about 15 minutes, hear from one mother who moved away from Baltimore so that her son could escape all the crime. Back to you.
Thank you, Olivia. As the crime crisis rages on, more loved ones are coming forward speaking out about 12-year-old Jalen Richards, who was murdered over the weekend. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning. Shannon, we are hearing now from Jalen's mother. What is she saying?
Yeah, not only are we hearing from his mother, Tom, but we are also hearing from Jalen's aunt. And of course, they are heartbroken, dealing with this unimaginable loss. But beyond that, they are reiterating what Jalen's grandmother said, that Jalen was caught up in the wrong crowd of older kids who were using him to commit crimes. And that ultimately got him killed. And they are not the only family to experience something similar. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at a possible trend of older kids or adults using younger kids to commit crimes, plus the policies in place that could be contributing to it. That's coming up in just about 15 minutes. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon.
It is 6:47 now. We need to get another check of the forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's been happy. He's talking about tube in the tire, right?
Got to have the tubes in the tire.
Yeah, need the tubes in the tire.
Very important to have
the rubber hits the road
in the tire. By the way, the Tubes is a group, and they have a song, "She's a Beauty." Remember that song?
Oh, yeah.
1 in a million girls.
She's a beauty.
She's a beauty.
I thought that was Hall & Oates. Man,
I'm gonna go and let you all.
The bromance continues.
Have this
all right.
moment.
Got an Orioles orange sunrise this morning. How about them O's? Hey, how about a bunch of zeros as we put up the shutout for those folks down the road? We're going to talk more about that here coming up in a little bit. But yeah, very excited to see that and the 2 wins in a row, the sweep. 50 degrees your temperature right now in Towson. Not much in the way of wind as we look at your rise and shine cast. Next few hours, our temperatures mainly in the low to mid and upper 50s. Sun's already up and it stays up until almost 8 o'clock. Notice that sunset at 7:49. We're still just inside of 9 weeks until the summer solstice, but it is definitely feeling like those daylight hours continue to extend, as they are. 63 your temp in the 10 o'clock hour, hanging out there at Penn Station, maybe picking up some folks in the train or getting on the train yourself. We're in the mid-80s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, so it will be warmer later today. Even into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour, we're hanging on to some of those lower 80s. So overall, a nice spring-like afternoon with warmer conditions. And let's check the numbers in your town. Carroll County, over to Westminster and Eldersburg, you're in the lower 80s. Also the low to mid-80s for Reisterstown, over to Catonsville and Towson, Lutherville, Timonium in those low 80s as well. Right about 80 in Dundalk this afternoon and out through Perry Hall and White Marsh. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, you'll see those low to mid-80s across the region today. These numbers some 15 degrees above average for this time of year, even 20 degrees above average by tomorrow. We're looking at upper 80s and close to 90 degrees. The record for the day is 88, so that's the forecasted high for tomorrow as well. Numbers slide back down to the 70s Saturday, and then we'll drop below average as we get into Sunday and Monday for early next week. But overall, still not too bad. Now, here's our future scan. Again, we're dry today and tomorrow. Remember that cold front we talked about that raced through the center part of the country? That's heading our way. By the time we get to Saturday morning, we'll be dry, but Saturday afternoon, that front moves right through. That's going to pick up those rain showers, possibility of a couple of thunderstorms as well into Saturday afternoon and evening. Pretty decent amount of rain that we're going to get here for Saturday. And I know that's right in the middle of the weekend, but we definitely need that rain with as dry as we've been. So just keep your eyes open for that next weather maker rolling through. 7-day forecast, 84 today, upper 80s tomorrow. As I mentioned, we're drier by Sunday and cooler. And then next week, not too bad. Mid to upper 60s with, again, dry conditions through next Wednesday.
6:50 now from the Orioles to the Ravens. Baltimore is celebrating today.
And Mark Clark is joining us here in studio this morning with the different reasons for both teams to celebrate today. Mark?
We're winners. So far, so great for the Orioles this season. They have 11 wins and only 7 losses. Currently, they are on a 3-game winning streak, with the latest being over the Washington Nationals last night. They won 4-0. The reason they're starting off so strong is because of this team's starting pitching. When it comes to that, the last 2 nights have been really good, with Dean and Kyle both having stellar performances. The O's will return home tomorrow night to take on the Tigers just after 7. Now, I want to take a step. We went to a step from Camden to M&T Bank, where the Ravens are celebrating 20 years together. Their partnership dates back to 2003, when I was on the Big Fat Morning Show, by the way. To honor their time together tonight, Flock will join to relive some of the greatest moments while at M&T Bank Stadium. Baltimore Ravens leaders and former players Todd Heap, Jamal Lewis, Dennis Pita will all be in attendance. It's going to be awesome. Congratulations, Ravens.
That is going to be awesome. And yes, that was when I came here. That's when I met you, 2003.
A major facelift is coming to the Uplands in Baltimore, what state leaders are hoping to achieve when it comes to affordable housing.
And today we're looking ahead to a birthday for one of Baltimore's staples. Still to come this morning, the party happening this weekend on the Promenade.
And if you're getting ready to party tonight with the Ravens or the O's, you may want to jumpstart the day with your favorite cup of coffee.
100% you do. It's time for a coffee break. .654 and continuing coverage this morning. Violence sweeps the country, this time involving more young people. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is reacting to the shooting of 2 young people who mistakenly crossed onto private property.
Just days after 16-year-old Ralph Yarl was shot in Kansas City, Missouri, 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis was shot and killed in upstate New York for pulling into the wrong driveway. Both were shot after accidentally going to the wrong homes, and some believe that Yarl's attack was racially motivated. Crump, who is representing Yarl in court, says despite the victims' different races, the outrage should be the same for both cases.
Race does not change the need for justice in either of these cases. If you were outraged at the shooting of Ralph Yarl, you should be outraged at the shooting death of Caitlin Gillis. That is what humanity requires.
The men accused in both cases each appeared in court yesterday. Andrew Lester pleaded not guilty to felony charges related to the shooting of Yarl. Kevin Monahan was denied bail as he faces murder charges for Gillis. And another similar shooting on Tuesday. 2 Texas cheerleaders are still recovering after being shot for mistakenly opening the door of the wrong car. 25-year-old Pedro Rodriguez is charged with deadly conduct. 18-year-old Peyton Washington, who was shot, is in critical condition. In Alabama, police arrested 2 teenagers and a 20-year-old in connection with a mass shooting at a 16th birthday party last weekend that killed 4 people and left 32 others, including 15 teenagers, hurt.
Here in Baltimore, another young victim falls to Baltimore's violence. Police are saying a 16-year-old was shot in Cherry Hill last night.
Now, this comes as Fox 45 News hears from the family of the 12-year-old who was shot last weekend.
They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. The parents is planning funerals for their kids, not planning birthday parties.
I would never, ever be able to touch him again and tell him how much I love him. And it's heartbreaking.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us with more on what the 12-year-old's mother and aunt had to say, plus how lawmakers are responding.
Before that, Olivia Dance will be joining us live with the 16-year-old who was shot in his condition this morning.
But our team coverage on the juvenile crime crisis begins with Christine Frizzell. She's taking a look at the disturbing trend unfolding across the nation. Christine.
Last week, it was Baltimore's Inner Harbor.
We have 200-300 juveniles all here on scene.
Then, disturbing video from earlier this week in Chicago, as 2 people were brutally beaten and robbed. Chicago's curfews for minors at Millennium Park blamed in part for those minors taking to the streets. Though Chicago Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson in a statement said it's not constructive to demonize youth who have been starved of opportunities in their communities. Not the case in Washington, D.C., where residents are growing frustrated at new laws that go easy on young people.
If you're mad enough to go and just shoot a parking lot up with innocent people, why the hell will we let you out tomorrow? I don't care if you're young or old.
Young people also at the heart of so-called street takeovers in Los Angeles and this looting of an Arco gas station in Compton as law enforcement around the country grows frustrated. Hey, get this in New York City, police said 124 juveniles committed shootings during 2022, up from 48 in 2019. And in Philadelphia last year, 117 juveniles were arrested for shootings, up from 43 in 2019. More juveniles committing violent crimes has meant more juveniles are victims as well.
My grandson was killed like a dog in the street.
The grandmother of 12-year-old Jalen Richards speaking honestly about the situation he was already in, wearing an ankle bracelet on house arrest the night that he was killed.
He was doing things that a child his age shouldn't.
Like what?
Carjacking. They had him carjacking. These older children, Jalen don't know how to drive. He was just hanging along for the ride.
That mounting pressure on our young people, increasing for policymakers as well, to solve these problems before they get even worse. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Youth violence continues to be a major concern in Baltimore after a 16-year-old was shot last night. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details in the investigation.
More loved ones coming forward, speaking out about the 12-year-old shot and killed over the weekend. Just ahead, the message from Jalen Richards' mom and aunt.
As we slide a little bit closer to the weekend, our temperatures are going to continue to warm up. We'll talk about just how warm those numbers get today and tomorrow as well. It's Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Cups of coffee have definitely kicked in around here in the studio. A lot of energy.
Justin Chambers makes an entrance.
I love 80s music, and I really like the 80s in terms of temperatures. Do you guys like?
Love the temperatures.
Yeah. 80s, yeah, 70s and 80s.
I mean, 75 was wonderful yesterday, right? We're going to add about 7 or 8 degrees to those numbers for today, so we get 80s and even upper 80s for tomorrow, well above average. But looking out over our live cam, downtown Baltimore, Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam, not too bad right now. Lots of sunshine that is out there, feels good, smells good with spring in the air. We've got a warmer afternoon ahead, and then we are tracking rain as we head into the weekend, so we have to watch for that as well. But Mr. Bo says we're good to go on your morning drive, mid to upper 50s for the next couple of hours, and not much to get in your way, at least weather-wise. 3 TCAS today, tonight, tomorrow. We're looking at 84, 59 tonight, and upper 80s on the way tomorrow. Could be breaking or tying a record high. We'll talk about that a little bit more in detail coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network here, and a shot around the outer and inner loops in the Baltimore region right here. No problem at all. Now we want to take you to D.C., where we've been following this. It was a semi-truck that actually crashed and then caught fire. You can see the smoke on the left-hand side of your screen still coming out from that. The trailer was a refrigeration trailer, and they're just letting it burn off. It closed all 4 lanes of 495's outer loop there right before Joint Base Andrews. Now there's still 2 lanes getting by as it's slowly smoldering, but this has been 3 hours now in the making.
Coming up on 7:02, we begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing violence involving young people in the city.
Just last night, 2 people were shot, including a 16-year-old who is now in critical condition.
The violence comes days after a 12-year-old was shot and killed. His family says the older crowd took advantage of him.
My son's life ran out, like I said, to the streets of Baltimore City. That was a baby.
The street swallowed my grandson. Grown folks took advantage of my grandson, and he's gone.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, we will hear from the family of the 12-year-old and their calls for accountability.
But we begin with the latest act of violence. Olivia Dance joins us live this morning with the details surrounding the 16-year-old who was shot last night. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, the 16-year-old is fighting for his life after being shot in the head last night in South Baltimore. Homicide detectives here at the Baltimore Police Department were notified because of the severity of the victim's injuries. The shooting is still under investigation, but police say it happened around 8 last night on Carver Road. The shooting comes after a 12-year-old identified as Jalen Richards was shot and killed also in South Baltimore over the weekend. Juvenile violence, though, is a major concern, and one mother, Patty Hawkins, actually moved her family out of Baltimore to escape the crime and to help her son succeed. Hawkins says kids are being targeted by adults running gangs in the city, especially after laws changed last year protecting children from certain charges.
I feel like they're prey to these predators, these drug dealers that are hanging out around the schools, because it's easier to have children sell drugs for you than you to get a charge yourself to sell drugs.
The shooting last night and the one over the weekend are still under investigation, so if you have any information, you should call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Tonight, members of the community will participate in a candlelight vigil to remember and honor the life of Jalen Richards.
These are the faces of just some of the 9 children who have been murdered in Baltimore City this year. They include 12-year-old Jalen Richards. According to police, he was gunned down Saturday night on Mazel Court in South Baltimore, where that vigil will be held. Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage for us this morning. She's joining us with the message now from Jalen's mom and aunt. Shannon.
Yeah, Jalen's mom and aunt, Tom, are echoing the same words as his grandmother. That Jalen was caught up in the wrong crowd of older kids who were taking advantage of him, and ultimately it got him killed. And listen to the pain in their voices.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. My son's life ran out, like I said, to the streets of Baltimore City. Because that was the pain that took them big bullets.
Just heartbreaking. And this is Jalen Richards right here on your screen. He was shot multiple times Saturday night in his own South Baltimore community as he was running away. That is according to investigators. Now, Jalen's loved ones say Jalen was on house arrest when this happened. The family says it was for theft charges, and they say it's all because he was hanging with an older crowd. And they are not the only family to experience something similar. After a law passed during the 2022 General Assembly session, kids 13 and under are shielded from facing charges. And so these families say, Tom and Patrice, that their kids are being recruited by adults to commit crimes.
Shannon, what are leaders saying about this possible trend, though?
So they really aren't saying much, Tom. We reached out to the mayor's office and we asked if this is a trend that they are seeing in the city where adults are using kids to commit crimes. We didn't hear back. We also reached out to the police commissioner asking if there's a gang problem in the city. And earlier this week, our teams asked leaders and lawmakers in Annapolis what policies need to change to make sure that kids are held accountable to prevent this from happening in the first place. We didn't hear from any of them. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We want to know what you think. Are lawmakers refusing to acknowledge how their decisions impact public safety? So far, 94% of those who voted say yes. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Now, some in law enforcement have expressed frustration to Fox 45 News, saying that current laws prevent them from arresting and charging certain juvenile offenders. Earlier this year, Anne Arundel County released 7 pages of crimes they say were committed by children 12 and younger, including car thefts, animal abuse, even rape. State law prevents those children from facing any charges. We also heard from the Harford County Sheriff back in January. He told Fox 45 News that in the first 2 weeks of the year, 18 young people committed crimes in his county, and none of them will face charges.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, one Baltimore City councilman is questioning how city funding is now being used after Mayor Brandon Scott promised weekly recycling will return by the first quarter of 2024, potentially a full year from now. Councilman Yichi Slafer says funding is being misplaced, pointing to the mayor's Clean Core program, which pays out $15 million for community groups to pick up the trash. And in proposed budget for next year, DPW is requesting a 40% pay increase for upper level management, while the overall waste removal and recycling budget is only requesting a 7% increase.
Instead of seeing the DPW executives' salaries ballooning, what I'd like to see is that same 40% increase go to the workers at DPW, the ones who are actually doing the work.
And the delay frustrating residents the most, one group filing a lawsuit against the city demanding it follow its own charter, which requires weekly recycling collection. Hearing for that lawsuit has not yet been set.
7:08 now. Several economic reports are set to be released this morning that could shed some light on the state of the U.S. economy.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with what we're keeping an eye on. Megan?
Yeah, guys, first up, weekly jobless claims. They drop every Thursday morning at 8:30. This is last week's. This report really, guys, serves as a rough indicator to track whether layoffs are rising or falling. Early predictions are that 244,000 layoffs will be tallied in this report. That would be a slight rise from the week before. Then, a little later this morning at 10 a.m., reports on existing home sales will be released. They're expected to fall about 2.2% as higher interest rates force many would-be buyers just out of the market, and new listings are down about 25% from a year ago. That is according to Redfin. And the last report that we're watching here this morning, guys, U.S. leading economic indicators. This is also expected to drop at 10 a.m. And the report is an analysis of several records used to gauge the overall direction of the economy. It's expected to fall 0.7%. And we know it's going to be followed by a statement from the conference board about what that means regarding the risk of a recession. We're going to bring you those reports as they drop this morning. That's the latest from our live center. Back.
Trending now, a major facelift is coming to the Uplands neighborhood in Baltimore as the city looks to turn 63 acres of old housing into 150 new affordable apartments.
It is phase 2 of a project designed to reshape the area. State leaders are hoping these types of developments can break a stigma surrounding affordable housing. The revamped neighborhood will also include more than 10,000 square feet of retail space.
BWI Thurgood Marshall Airport has opened the first set of bathrooms being renovated as part of a $55 million project. The bathrooms are more than 4,000 square feet. They feature occupancy lights for the stalls, sensors that will alert custodial staff when supplies need to be refilled. They look great. The additional 5 restrooms in the improvement program are scheduled to be completed by the end of the year.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. There are new details emerging in an ongoing Project Baltimore investigation, the reason why the Maryland Department of Education removed state test results from its website.
And the Baltimore Police Commissioner says they're getting the job done, even though the department is down nearly 500 officers. Just ahead, how the officer shortage is impacting public safety as crime continues to rise. 7:11 is the time.
Mayor Brandon Scott delivers his second State of the City address this week, touting a 16% decrease in gun-related deaths and 21% drop in non-fatal shootings over the last year. He also stated there is no mention of squeegee kids, and the city will be enforcing curfews for teens without using police. Joining us this morning, former police commissioner and current talk show host Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning.
So he started saying that they were down 16%. He said, reduce homicides and non-fatal shootings still my top priority. He guaranteed voters when he was running that he would bring homicides down by 15% or we can hold him responsible, is what he said. And non-fatal shootings are down 21%. That's true. However, last year was an extremely violent year in the city of Baltimore. And at this point, January was the most of January of last year, 2022, which comparing these numbers was the most violent month recorded in Baltimore history.
Yeah, it's a very deceptive statistic because it's in fact true. The percentage is down, but you should never let it get as bad as it was. It was historically violent last year. You should have reductions because if it went up any worse, you'd be a third world country. It's a very misleading statistic.
He also said that Baltimore is back, and he went on to say, we're not going back to systems and practices which failed young people in the past and created mass incarcerations.
Yeah, it's not the mass incarcerations that are failing young people, because a lot of people don't get incarcerated here. The failure to young people has been his leadership with people being murdered at a rate that's second to none. You have teenagers by the hundreds fighting in your downtown on the weekends, where restaurants have to lock their doors and no one wants to come there anymore. It took a murder to cure the squeegee problem. How about those problems and systems that were in place under his leadership?
Well, Eddie also says that, you know what, he's going to use Be More Lit, and they're going to employ 7,000 teens this summer during the summer months. And he said, and while enforcing a curfew. So he wanted to say that he's going to enforce the curfew, but he said he's going to limit police-youth interactions and divert youth from unnecessary system engagement, keeping the police away from him, even for curfew. He did not express how he was going to enforce a curfew, though, and with whom.
No, he did not. So I don't know what they're doing. I don't like curfews. They haven't worked since Italy in the 30s. They're ridiculous. And you talk about violating people's rights. You're asking people to guess how old someone is. So you're worried about the engagement of teenagers in the city with authority figures like the police. It will be someone else. How do you know who's 13, who's 16? When you stop them on the street, they don't have identification. What do you do with them? It's almost always the case. They don't have driver's licenses yet. And where do you bring them? If they live in Mondawmin or they live in Sandtown and they're in the harbor, where do you bring them? To place in the harbor? Do you bring them home? What if they all live in different areas of the city? They're not practical, and they don't work.
Leave it right there. Ed Norris, thank you. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
6:17. He's already here.
7:16.
Oh yeah,
Don't go
that's what I
backwards.
mean.
Don't go backwards.
No. Let's skip. How about we just skip ahead?
Go forward.
It's 10 o'clock. But Justin's here.
Well, and my family's in town too. So.
All right, family.
Hi, Justin's family.
Well,
yes.
Most of them aren't awake, but Cookie's up. Cookie's up. As long as, and everybody needs a cookie in their family, by the way. She's awesome. Yeah. So.
Scrunchy lady?
Huh?
Scrunchies?
She wears she's very fashionable.
Okay.
We love Cookie, yeah. But
we're hearing about you, Cookie.
We're here for my niece's wedding, which is going to be taking place this weekend, that I am the officiant at.
Wow.
Yep.
A man of many talents.
Meteorologist, pilot, pastor, or something like that. So I have a lot of things I do. What? They cut off their mic. I'm sorry. I don't know.
I don't know about the pastor part.
When you can get the ability online to marry people. I don't know if that makes you a pastor.
I have my card in my wallet, and I'll show it to you. Our Towson camera, good morning to you. Looking beautiful and bright this morning. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Nice sunny start to your day. 55 your temp in Towson. Our numbers are going to come back up. It's not as cold as it was yesterday morning at this time. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, numbers are going to be in the 50s this hour. But as we head toward noon, we'll be in the mid-70s and mid-80s when you pick those kiddos up this afternoon at the bus stop. So any outdoor activities you have planned, not a bad day to do that. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Yeah, thanks. 61 by 9 a.m. on your Bird is the Wordcast with 70s through midday, and all of us going to be enjoying those 80s this afternoon. Upper 70s, low to mid 80s across central Maryland, Eastern Shore across the Bay Bridge, 77 in Annapolis, but low to mid 80s in Cockeysville through downtown Baltimore. Heading south to D.C., almost 90 in the district today. 90 it will be in Richmond, and then heading down the ocean, looking at mid 60s there in Ocean City. There's Betty the Butterfly, our outdoors cast Thursday and Friday. Great. And I do have a yellow light on Saturday, only because we are going to be tracking rain that's moving through right in the middle of your Saturday afternoon. So Thursday and Friday, this is our future scan. Dry and warm conditions, even elevated fire danger for the next couple of days because we're so dry. Thankfully, we're getting that much needed rain. It is coming, though, right in the middle of your Saturday. So about 2, 3 o'clock is when those showers are going to roll through. That's the cold front moving through the area, and we'll continue to see more of those showers, possibly even a thunderstorm through about 6, 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. All of that pushes out of here on Sunday and will be drier and cooler as we head toward the second half of the weekend and next week. 7-day forecast, mid to upper 80s. Could see record highs tomorrow. Upper 70s return Saturday, and then we're back to the 60s on Sunday and into early next week. Patrice?
Well, let's take a look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. The good news is around the Baltimore region, we are looking pretty good. Got a lot of green there on the map. No incidents or accidents to report. The normal backups you'll see in slowdowns just because of volume. But in D.C., there is still backup from a vehicle fire. We've been tracking it all morning long. Finally, though, the right two lanes still closed, but you are able to get by in the other lanes. This is on 95, the outer loop, just past Pennsylvania Avenue.
A wild race is coming up fast. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, the reason behind the fun run that takes you through the best parts of the zoo.
And we are getting ready to celebrate Earth Day birthday with Mr. Trash Wheel. We'll let you know about all of the festivities coming up this Saturday in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.723 and Mr. Trash Wheel is turning 9 and feeling fine.
I love it. Celebrate Mr. Trash Wheel's Earth Day birthday this Saturday. Amy Aronson is live at the Inner Harbor. She's got more on the festivities. Amy, this sounds like a good time.
Yeah, Mr. Trash Wheel just woke up for the morning, just turned on, starting work nice and early, gearing up for a very fun weekend. I'm here with Chelsea Onspach from Waterfront Partnership, telling us about all the festivities. This is a big deal, and anybody can join and celebrate not only Mr. Trash Wheel, of course, but also the Earth, which is important.
Right. So Mr. Trash Wheel is turning 9 this year, which is a big deal. And we're doing a party for him at Pierce's Park on Saturday from 3 to 6. It's going to be so much fun, lots of activities. We have some seed bomb making stuff, which is it's like really fun. You put seeds and clay and compost. Kids and families can do it and then put it in their own gardens.
That's cool.
We'll also be feeding Mr. Trash Wheel this trash cake. He gets one every year.
You said it's gotten bigger every year.
Yeah, like last year it was like up to here, and now it's like so tall. I think for the 10th birthday, it's going to be humongous.
Oh my gosh, I was going to say next year you got to start planning now.
I know, like saving trash now. Everybody donate some trash, and we'll do a huge cake.
Seriously, that's awesome. Things Mr. Trash Wheel does for the community. We're seeing him in action right now, but of course collects all the things that end up in this beautiful harbor.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of trash going up his conveyor belt right now, actually. We see a lot of trash after a rainfall, so right now it's not so bad, but he is the guardian of this stream right here and keeping the inner harbor clean.
He must be doing a good job. It doesn't look that bad out there.
No, it looks pretty good.
Okay, awesome. And is it free for people to come out on Saturday?
No, so there is a ticket price. It's $25 for adults, $10 for kids. You just register online, or you can walk in and pay at the door, or the check-in table. There's no door.
Okay.
But yeah,
it's all outside.
Yeah,
right?
it's all outside.
Okay, awesome. And I love your earrings too. Very
Thank
festive.
you.
Everybody else, wear your Earth Day attire if you're coming out to the party on Saturday. If you want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can get all the details there. Are you guys going to join the party? I love Mr. Trash Wheel. I love all the Trash Wheels, actually, so it's going to be a fun time.
Well, happy birthday to the Trash Wheel, Mr. Trash Wheel.
Yeah.
All right, Amy, thank you.
Well, we are warming back up with temperatures hitting the 80s.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is letting us know about the record-breaking temperatures that we're going to see for the end of the work week.
The Baltimore Police Department is severely understaffed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, a law enforcement expert weighs in on how this could impact the crime crisis. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning, 7:28. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast for us here.
Yeah, not too bad this morning, guys. Overall, feeling nice outside with that sun that is out there, and temperatures that are in the 40s and 50s, actually a little bit warmer than how we started yesterday morning. We're really going to heat up starting today and especially tomorrow, but bright sunny skies from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, 40s and 50s for Owings Mills and Cockeysville all through Baltimore City, 56 your temp in in Dundalk, 49 in Rosedale. Essex and Middle River also in the low 50s right now. So upper 50s next hour and into the lower 60s by 9 a.m. if you want to get out for a run or a jog. We're going to top out at 84 today. So overall, a pretty nice and warm afternoon with those temperatures well above average. If you think those numbers are warm, you just wait until tomorrow, where we could be talking about breaking or tying records. More on that and the chance for rain this weekend. All of that coming up in just a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Stoller traffic network and the map around the Baltimore region. As you see some slowdowns here, and mainly because of the volumes that are starting to increase or those morning commutes. No issues to report on the Baltimore roadways except for one. Right in Parole, there is a accident happened. 4 vehicles involved here, and that is on 50 eastbound right before you get to 450 West Street. So there is 4 vehicles involved, and it is blocking the east and westbound are actually both delayed because of it. New details also in that tractor-trailer fire that started about 3.5 hours ago. This is at 495s in D.C., where there were some issues from a refrigeration truck on a semi that was burning. No smoke anymore. It's been causing 495 to be shut down right near Joint Base Andrews, but now it looks like 2 lanes still getting by, causing major delays, both inner and outer loop on 495 southeast of D.C. Now to an ongoing Project Baltimore investigation. As we told you earlier this week, the Maryland Department of Education removing state test results from its website and hid the data from the public.
As Chris Pepps explains, the state says it is protecting student privacy, but the move is drawing criticism.
Enhanced de-identification.
Enhanced
de-identification.
Enhanced de-identification. What's that?
It's a term that's recently been used by the Maryland State Department of Education. For Lucy Dalglish, Dean of the Journalism School at the University of Maryland.
That sounds like something out of a Stanley Kubrick movie.
It's a term that's
ludicrous. Let's just call it overly creative thinking. Somebody doesn't want you to see that data. That's what I make of this.
This comes after the agency. Project Baltimore on Monday broke the story that MSDE has changed the way it reports standardized test scores to the public. The change was made after Project Baltimore in February reported that 23 Baltimore City schools had 0 students among those tested who scored proficient in math. To produce that story, we analyzed the original 2022 test results the state posted on its website in January. Those results were removed, and when a revised version was posted in March, many of the results were gone.
Somebody's trying to hide something. And that they know they have a bad situation.
But the state didn't just change the 2022 data. It also went back and changed the 2019 data. Although we cannot see the exact date the data was modified, we can see the spreadsheet was last modified February 13th, 2023, 7 days after Project Baltimore's story aired about the 23 schools.
Baltimore City is facing a devastating reality.
2019 was the last full year for state testing. 2020 and 2021 were interrupted by COVID. Back in 2019, Project Baltimore downloaded the testing results off the state's website, which we were then able to compare to the modified version. The first thing we noticed, the entire column called Proficient Count is no longer there. In 2019, when the state first posted the data, we could see the number of students proficient in every school. If less than 5% or more than 95% were proficient, it was marked with an asterisk. The state says to protect student privacy. But now, the entire column is gone. But that is not all that changed in the data. Let's take a look at Johnston Square Elementary in Baltimore City. In the original 2019 spreadsheet, we can see the percentage of students who scored in each proficiency level. But look at this. In the revised version, most of the data are now hidden behind asterisks. The only results that we can see for this school are 4th grade math. The 3rd and 5th grade scores are gone.
And the same thing happened at many other schools.
And I think the public deserves to hear from public officials as to why all of a sudden this is being done. And if it's such a really brilliant thing to do, they should be there eager and willing to talk to you and explain to the public why they're doing it and what the public benefit to this approach is.
MSDE and State Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhry declined an interview, but explained in a statement to FOX45 that it changed its own guidelines for reporting data to the public to protect the privacy of individual student records. They're calling it enhanced de-identification.
I'm sorry, enhanced de-identification. I'm just really struggling with this. Why would they have to de-identify anyone who's not identified? Yeah, I don't see anybody identified here. Don't see it.
MSDE did this, it says, because of learning challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic. The changes include concealing all testing data where less than 5% of students scored proficient and fewer than 30 students took the test. The previous threshold was 10 students. And if fewer than 5% of students scored proficient in a grade previously, we could still see the other data for the school. Now, we can't see any of it. It's all been hidden behind asterisks.
Based on the information you used to have access to, I guess it is identifiable, because everybody has failed. That's the only possible argument they would have, but it's a loser of an argument, because how are education officials, how are state lawmakers, how are teachers, how are families, how are taxpayers, how are they supposed to work toward change and work toward improvement if they can't see what the heck the problem is?
But this change was not made on the other end of the performance spectrum, where less than 5% of students were not proficient. These schools are higher performing. We can still see all of their data. If the goal is to protect student privacy, why weren't enhanced de-identification methods used here? What all of this means is from now on, taxpayers and parents will have far less information about how their schools are doing. But not all schools, just the lowest performing ones. And the state said it's not stopping at 2019. It'll keep changing the data going back years.
The only thing I can conclude here is that there is a story going on that nobody wants told.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
The Orioles are starting the season off with some big wins just ahead. We take a look at their winning streak against the Washington Nationals.
We will be in the 80s today. Just ahead, how long this warm-up will last. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:40 and turning now to a city in crisis. There were 2 shootings in Baltimore last night. As of Wednesday morning, police are reporting 83 homicides so far this year, compared to more than 100 at the same time last year.
And while homicide numbers are trending in the right direction, numbers elsewhere are causing concern. Olivia Dance joining us now with more on this. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, and that's right. We're talking about staffing numbers for Baltimore police. Currently, the department is short nearly 500 officers, so they're stretched very thin. And former Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson believes that the city's crime crisis could only get worse with the current shortage of officers.
We know that the number of uniformed patrol officers out there is not the only factor that's important in public safety. There are many others, but this one is critical. This one, I would dare say, is the most critical. It gets to the department's ability to immediately respond to a crisis.
While homicides are technically down this year compared to this time last year, the violence continues. Just last night, a 16-year-old was shot in South Baltimore, and later a man was found shot and killed in Southwest Baltimore. According to Baltimore police, total staff is about 2,115, which is down from just over 2,600 officers. So as of March 30th, the department is short 489 officers. The City Police Union president says that currently about 600 officers are assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift on the streets. And Johnson says that Baltimore police have struggled with staffing for decades, but unfortunately, there is no easy fix. Back to you.
Olivia, how has Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed the understaffing of the department?
Tom, last week he said that they are getting the job done with fewer officers. Take a listen to everything he said.
With nearly 500 fewer officers, we have to use overtime to flex the size of the department to make it look and feel as if we have 2,600. And so that's what we're budgeted for.
So while the understaffing is nothing new, it's still a major concern. And of course, we will continue to follow it. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Another teen becomes the victim of gun violence. Just ahead, his condition this morning.
And more family members are speaking out about the death of a 12-year-old shot in South Baltimore. Fox 45 News is pressing lawmakers for answers as more kids are falling victim to crime. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:45, the government could run out of money to pay its bills by June. That is the deadline lawmakers are working up against to come to an agreement on raising the debt ceiling. And at this point, there doesn't seem to be consensus about how to get that done. Congressman John Sarbanes is joining us this morning with a look at where things do stand. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you.
So the White House wants to raise the debt ceiling with no conditions. Republicans, on the other hand, want some Republican priorities attached to it. So how close are we really to working this out?
Well, we're not there yet. Obviously, we need to get to a place where we get this debt ceiling challenge solved. And as you point out, there's not a lot of time left to do that. The experts tell us, a few weeks, maybe a couple of months. So we're not entirely sure about that, but it does mean we have to get this addressed. And I think what President Biden and the Democrats have put forward is the very sound proposal that we deal with the debt ceiling in a clean fashion. We raise that, which is what we've always done. By the way, we did that under the last president, under President Trump. There were no conditions attached. We pay our bills. We make good on the creditworthiness of the United States. We do that as one project. And then we can have a separate and meaningful discussion about what we do with the budget going forward. So that ought to be the approach that we undertake, and that's what the Democrats have put forward as the plan forward.
So let's talk about the Republican plan. House Speaker McCarthy wants more than $130 billion in federal spending cuts, and he wants to get rid of some of President Biden's top policies like the student debt cancellation. So talk about that being tied to the debt ceiling.
Well, it shouldn't be tied to the debt ceiling, and it's not a serious proposal. You're talking about dramatic cuts across the board. That's going to impact veterans' health care. It's going to impact child care. It's going to impact student debt relief and other really important priorities for the public. So we've got to maintain a sensible focus on what sort of the mix of budget commitments are that we make as a nation, as a government, as a people. Let's have that discussion over here, like we always do and should do. And then let's address the debt ceiling in a clean fashion, because you don't want people to start thinking you're a deadbeat as a country when it comes to paying your bills. Then people aren't going to want to do business with you. You're not going to have a responsible profile globally, et cetera. So let's show that we're a country, pays our bills, then we can have a good, constructive discussion on where the budget priorities should be. That's how we've always done it. That's how we should do it this time.
Congressman, is there a concern it won't get done? And what is the consequence if it doesn't?
Well, if we can't get the debt ceiling raised, it can have a severe, almost catastrophic impact on the economy, not just our economy, but it will have a global effect. And that's why the pressure is on here. I think we will ultimately get it done, but it's going to require that serious people come to the table and have a discussion that makes sense. And as I say, what makes sense is deal with the debt ceiling, do that in a clean fashion as we've always done, and then let's have conversations about where our investments should be going forward. That's always been the formula. That's how we should address it this time.
All right, Congressman Sarbanes, we'll be keeping an eye on what happens. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then tomorrow on Fox 45 Morning News, we're going to speak live with Congressman Andy Harris about the debt ceiling. That's going to happen at 7:15 tomorrow morning.
Well, time now at 7:49, and we want to get another check with your weather.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Today is National Cheddar Fries Day. Cheddar fries? I mean, I've heard of cheese
with cheese
fries.
on fries? Is that what you mean?
Cheddar cheese maybe sprinkled on there? I don't know. Never heard of cheddar fries.
I've had that. I mean, that's okay. Cheese on anything is usually
Correct.
good.
Yeah, con queso is definitely the way to go for sure. I'm learning Spanish. Our live cam, good morning to you. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam looking out. We've got a beautiful shot there and zoomed in a little bit close. You can see some of the steam rising from some of the buildings there, the Patapsco and the Inner Harbor, nice and calm this hour. 55 your current temperature. This at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Little northeast wind out there, about 5 to 10 miles an hour, but not nearly as cold as we were yesterday morning at this time. Golfers hitting the links today in our forecast. Lower 60s through 9 a.m. and mid 70s into the noon hour. We're going to be on our way way into the 80s as we head through the later part of the day. These are great golf scores, by the way. These are usually what I get on about 9 holes. So our quick glance forecast, we are going to top out right at 84 today. That temperature well above average for this time of year, and the sun is up until 7:49. So definitely feeling those longer daylight hours as we get closer to that summer solstice, which is now just inside of 9 weeks away. Here's a look at your high temperatures. This time of year, typically in the upper 60s, most of us in the low to mid 80s. Bel Air over to Cockeysville, Baltimore at 84 this afternoon, mid to upper 70s for Annapolis and Stevensville, right across the Bay Bridge out toward the eastern shore. Heading down the ocean there, Ocean City at 66 today. Upper 80s in the district and 90 in Richmond. So definitely feeling some of those warmer temperatures throughout the mid-Atlantic. Now, if you do want to get the cars cleaned up today and tomorrow, no issues on your car wash cast. I do have a red light on Saturday. That's only because some rain is going to be rolling into the region. So here's a look at our future scan. We're looking great today. The sun is with us today. The heat is with us tomorrow as we are ahead of a cold front. That southerly wind really going to help to elevate those temperatures. And then the front comes in on Saturday. Now, that's going to start off dry for the morning time, but by 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, this line of showers, possibly a couple of thunderstorms rolling right through the area into the afternoon and evening time. Behind that will be drier and cooler. Quick shout out to Terry and Rodney D. Look at cute little Halligan right there. That is a great puppy picture. I love it. Thanks, Terry and Rodney, for sending in your pet pics. It's really easy to send them in. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. We'd love to put your pets on TV. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. Roll that beautiful bean footage. Mid to upper 80s today and tomorrow. Upper 70s on Saturday with that rain rolling through in the afternoon. And then we're back to the 60s for the end of the weekend and into early next week.
And the oils are hotter than a crab boil. We'll talk about it coming up next.
And Earth Day birthday is actually coming up on Saturday, celebrating Mr. Trash Wheel's 9th birthday. We'll let you know exactly what's going to be happening at Pierce Park and how you can join the fun in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Does crab boil go with coffee? Because now he's got me thinking about crab boil.
Yeah, I mean, come on, any kind of hot water with a beverage in there. I don't know about drinking
Old Bay
after
in the coffee.
Maybe cold drink with that, but still, either way.
It's a good time for a coffee break.
my generation.
Need to Google lyrics more often.
Oh,
right?
goodness. All right. The Orioles. Come on back in, Justin.
Yeah,
You're
come
gonna
on. We got
talk
Megan and Justin right here. We're chatting.
The Orioles are looking good so far this season.
Mark Clark is also in studio with us, but he's not uncomfortably close. He's actually hanging out over there at the Live Center. He's got details on why we're celebrating today.
That's right. So far, so great. The Orioles are kicking it this season. They have 11 wins and only 7 losses. Currently, they're on a 3-game winning streak, and the latest being over the Nationals. Last night, they won 4-0. The reason they're starting off so strong is because of the team's starting pitching. When it comes to that, the last 2 nights have been really good with Dean Kramer and Kyle Bradish both having stellar performances. O's have today off, but we're looking to cheer them on tomorrow night as they take on the Detroit Tigers just after 7. Now, did I say all the names correctly?
Yeah, sure
nailed
did.
it.
And then it's great, too, because on the road trip, guys, they went 4-1 on the road trip.
Yep.
So they're back here at home against Detroit. They're the 2nd best team in the AL East, and they've got one of the best records in Major League Baseball right now.
Pitching is hot, but the bats are, too. I'm so impressed at how well everyone has been hitting.
Still 4.5 or 3.5 games back now from Tampa because Tampa's finally started losing.
Yeah,
They're 16th.
but we're right near with the Yankees, and we're above the Blue Jays and the Red Sox.
I'd like to make it known, remember my prediction, playoffs.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
Back
remember,
out there again.
Justin and I touched the hem of the garment of the general manager to start the season. That could be the reason for the wins.
That's true.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, so here, let me just
Touch
rub
Justin,
on
that's right.
good luck. Get some good luck off
That's
of you.
right.
I don't
My
know.
mom's watching. Watch out.
I should be worried about your wife if you think I'm doing something inappropriate. I'm not. Hi, Mom. Hi, Jess.
All right, let's do the weather thing. Come on, let's go to tease the weather. Let's move this show forward, shall we?
Sure. Somebody's feeling like they're a little guilty over there. We could see some record-breaking temperatures by tomorrow.
Yeah.
The red-faced meteorologist Justin Chambers right now letting us know when we could expect our next weather maker.
More loved ones coming forward, speaking out about the 12-year-old shot and killed over the weekend. Just ahead, the message from Jalen Richards' mom and aunt.
Do you know who killed Jalen?
If I knew, we wouldn't be here.
Jalen Richards' mom and aunt are now echoing the words of his grandmother, what they have to say, and the action city officials are taking to curb crime in the city.
Used to be a major concern in Baltimore after a 16-year-old was shot last night. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details in the investigation.
Our temperature's not as cold this morning, and we're going to really heat up today and tomorrow as well. Plus, we'll talk about the rain that's on the way for the weekend. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers with a nice start.
I mean, how about yesterday? Temps in the 70s, right?
It was beautiful.
Good. Yeah, beautiful. And less wind today, ladies, as we take a look outside. Overall, our numbers are going to increase, too. So looking at our Mile 1 Auto Group cam on our big live open window right here, nothing but sunshine out there. Few clouds, but nothing that's going to mess up your day too much. And statewide, across the old line state, we're talking about temperatures in the 40s in Cumberland, 51 in Hagerstown, mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Baltimore, down to Annapolis at 59 currently. So overall, next few hours, our numbers will continue to climb. We'll be in the 60s next hour and into the 70s through midday today, and on our way to the 80s for your highs this afternoon. And look at that, even close to 90 for tomorrow, but you do see that rain icon on Saturday. We'll track that rain and take you hour by hour how it could impact your Saturday afternoon, coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, taking a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We've been tracking an accident on 495 all morning long, and as you can see, this is what it has done to the traffic through that area, just barely inching forward in the left lanes. The right shoulder is closed, the right lanes are closed, so if you're heading down 495 in the D.C. area, you're going to run into this mess.
Well, we begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing violence involving young people in the city.
Just last night, 2 people were shot, including a 16-year-old who is now in critical condition.
The violence comes just days after a 12-year-old was shot and killed. His family saying that he was hanging out with an older crowd.
Grandson killed. These older kids out here that he was dealing with got my grandson killed.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, we'll hear more from the family members of that 12-year-old and their calls for accountability.
But we begin with the latest act of violence. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with details surrounding the 16-year-old who was shot last night. Olivia.
Megan and Patrice, the 16-year-old is fighting for his life after being shot in the head last night in South Baltimore. Now, homicide detectives here at the Baltimore Police Department were notified because of the severity of the victim's injuries. The shooting, though, is still under investigation, but police say it happened around 8 last night on Carver Road. The shooting comes after a 12-year-old identified as Jalen Richards was shot and killed also in South Baltimore over the weekend. Juvenile violence is a major concern, and one mother, Patty Hawkins, actually moved her family out of Baltimore to escape the crime and help her son succeed. Hawkins says kids are being targeted by adults running gangs in the city, especially after laws changed last year protecting children from certain charges.
I feel like they're prey to these predators, these drug dealers that are hanging out around the schools, because it's easier to have children sell drugs for you than you to get a charge yourself to sell drugs.
And the shooting last night and the one over the weekend are still under investigation. So if you have any information, you should call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Tonight, members of the community will be participating in a candlelit vigil to remember and honor the life of Jalen Richards.
So far this year, 9 children under the age of 18 have been murdered in Baltimore City. That includes 12-year-old Jalen Richards. According to police, he was gunned down Saturday night on Maisel Court in South Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning. She joins us live with the message from Jalen's mom and aunt. Shannon.
Well, Jalen's mom and Aunt Megan are echoing the same words that his grandmother said, that Jalen was caught up in the wrong crowd of older kids being taken advantage of, and it ultimately got him killed. Listen to the pain in their voices.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. My son's life ran out, like I said. to the streets of Baltimore City. Because that was a baby that took them big bullets.
Just heartbreaking. And this is Jalen Richards right here on your screen. He was shot multiple times on Saturday night in his own South Baltimore community as he was running away. That is according to investigators. Jalen's loved ones say Jalen was on house arrest when this happened, and the family says that was for theft charges. They say it's all because he was hanging with an older crowd, and they are not the only family to experience something similar. After a law passed during the 2022 General Assembly session, kids 13 and under are shielded from facing charges, and so these families, Megan and Patrice, say their kids are being recruited by adults to commit crimes.
So, Shannon, are we hearing from leaders about what the family has to say and about this possible trend?
Well, we're really not hearing much, Patrice. We reached out to the mayor's office to find out if there is a trend of adults using kids to commit crimes. We didn't hear back. We also reached out to the police commissioner to find out if there's a gang problem here in the city. And we also reached out to lawmakers earlier this week, asking them what policies need to change in order to hold these kids accountable and prevent this from happening in the first place. We didn't hear back from any of them. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, we want to know what you think. Are lawmakers refusing to acknowledge how their decisions impact public safety? So far, 95% of those who have voted say yes. The poll is open now on foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, a grand jury has indicted 2 Baltimore police officers in separate incidents. Hilton is accused of second-degree assault. The report claims that Hilton shoved a disabled man into a police cruiser who was handcuffed. Officer Unique Shepard faces charges of tampering with evidence and a handgun charge after another officer says they found drugs and a loaded gun in the back of her car.
New economic reports are set to be released within the half hour after the break, what it could reveal about the current state of the U.S. economy.
Plus, the city continues to deal with the ongoing crime crisis throughout Baltimore, why some are blaming it on an officer shortage.
Our temperatures are warming up. We're in the low to mid and upper 50s right now across the region. On our way to 80s this afternoon and even warmer numbers for tomorrow. We'll talk about all that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Don't go anywhere.
8:10 now. Several economic reports are set to be released this morning pretty soon, and they could shed light on the state of the U.S. economy.
Tom Rogers is at our live center with what we're keeping an eye on. Tom.
Yeah, it's not that pretty right now, but you see here's the list, and we're waiting any minute now. Just about 8:30, we're going to have the weekly jobless claims drop. Now, the report serves as a rough indicator to track whether layoffs are rising or falling. Early predictions are that 244,000 layoffs will be tallied in the report, slight rise from the week before. Then a little later this morning at 10, reports on existing home sales will be released. They are expected to fall about 2.2% as higher interest rates force many would-be buyers out of the market. New listings are down about 25% from a year ago. That, according to Redfin. And we are going to be following the report we're watching for this morning, U.S. leading economic indicators. This is also expected to drop at 10 o'clock this morning. The report is an analyst of several records used to gauge the overall direction of the economy. And we will find out it's expected to fall by about 11.7% and will be followed by a statement from the conference board about what that means regarding the risk of the recession. We'll bring you those reports live as soon as they drop this morning. But now we're following you. We're going to take you to Chicago. This is Blue Island, Chicago, where another train derails. There were some cargo vessels on this train. They're saying there's no leaks and spills, and they don't believe, according to CSX, that there was anything toxic there. But you can still see some of these cars out of the 15 that fell landed on other vehicles. No injuries reported, but we'll continue following this from the Live Center this morning. Now, Tom Rogers from the Live Center. Megan, back to you.
Wow, Tom, just crazy to see another train derailment. Well, many drivers tell us they still see squeegee kids at the same corners, despite that the collaborative plan says otherwise. Still ahead on Fox 45 Morning News, why we could see an uptick soon.
And Mayor Brandon Scott highlights his progress over the past year. The big area of concern he may want to revisit. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
As your mayor, I have chosen to both invest in law enforcement and in our communities. And newsflash, it's working.
Mayor Brandon Scott releasing an impact report of his administration, highlighting 5 areas of accomplishments, including responsible stewardship and city resources and water access. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live to weigh in. David, what is your assessment of the mayor's evaluation of these areas?
Good morning, Megan. And I'm not surprised that he's touting or trying to tout some of his successes. But if you look at this report, I'm very confused. And when I look at, stewardship of resources and especially cleaning and water problems, it's been really a problem in Baltimore City for a number of years. And I mean, look at this last year. There's E. coli detected in West Baltimore in the water. We've had many problems in Baltimore City when it comes to water issues and cleaning the city. I mean, he's using $15 million of recovery funds to clean certain parts of the city. Basically, he's saying that the city can't do this. The Department of Public Works can't do this, so they're going to have to hire people and nonprofits to do it. So for him to claim this as an accomplishment really is confusing, and it doesn't make any sense because it just hasn't worked.
David, were there areas that you thought the mayor really missed, some important areas?
Wow, education. There was no mention of education in this accomplishment report. And yet yesterday during his State of the City, he was talking about that he's investing. And it's funny, he says he's investing. No, taxpayers are investing. But he's talking about $393 million. Well, this is because of the Kerwin Commission. He had nothing to do with this. This is money that was mandated by the Kerwin Commission, and you have really high absentee rates in schools. You have low graduation rates. So, again, it's interesting that he didn't talk about education because it's been an absolute mess in the city, and that's really unfortunate.
Anything that concerns you beyond that for taxpayers as they're listening and watching what happens next?
Yeah, is that he doesn't talk about taxes. He doesn't talk about the high tax burden. Property taxes are really high in Baltimore City. And again, this is a rosy scenario sort of accomplishment report, and it's not realistic. And, this is probably setting himself up for re-election, and this is a political document. It's not a policy document. This is a political document that he's trying to really whitewash a lot of the bad things that are happening in the city and a lot of problems with healthcare, access to ER doctors. So again, this is a PR document and a political document.
David, in his defense, that's kind of what you're supposed to do as a politician, right?
Yes, but you have to also be honest with people. And, he says opening up City Hall in 2022. A lot of other cities opened up their city halls in 2021 after COVID. So, again, take it for what it's worth, right? Yeah. A PR document, and not to take it for a serious policy piece.
All right. David Williams, thank you for weighing in.
Thank you.
8:19 now. We've got a warmer afternoon, highs back into the 80s.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with a full look at the Weather Authority forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Meg and Patrice. Good morning to all of you as well. We always appreciate you being here with us live and local every weekday morning, all the way until 10 o'clock. And looking down there at the Inner Harbor, Rash Park, things looking good. Lots of green out there. We know the pollen numbers continue to be off the charts, so a lot of us allergy sufferers dealing with those high pollen numbers, mainly trees and even getting in the grass and the moderate category as well, something we have to watch for, and we can all feel in our noses as we head outside. But we got some rain coming this weekend that will help to kind of clean out the air. Looking at upper 50s right now, 58 officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. There's Hank the Bird. Good morning, Hank. Mom! Whoa, did you hear that? He said, Hank said hi to my mom. Yeah, because my mom's in town watching. Mom and Jim are here. So, yeah, there's Hank. There you go. He's saying hi. 76 by noon, into the low to mid-80s. You have to listen for Hank. You never know, like he throws little things in there every now and then. 68-year average, the high this time of year. Most of us in Carroll and Baltimore counties in the low to mid-80s for this afternoon. So a very pleasant day today and warm as well. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those low to mid-80s as we take you through the afternoon. Eastern Shore getting in on some upper 70s and lower 80s. Chestertown out through Centerville into Easton and Cambridge. 78 for you in Denton later today as well. Betty the Butterfly looking good too. Outdoors cast Thursday and Friday. We've got green lights for you. Now notice I have a yellow light on Saturday. The only reason is because we're tracking some rain. So we are going to have to deal with some of those showers in the middle of the weekend. But looking at our future scan right now, today, tomorrow, looking good. In fact, tomorrow could be talking about breaking or at least tying record highs. Then the cold front comes through. That's our next weather maker. That's moving through on Saturday. So the morning starts dry right about 2, 3 o'clock. Excuse me. You're going to see more of those showers develop. Possibility of a pop-up thunderstorm as well, especially as we get later into the afternoon and evening. And we're looking at a pretty decent amount of rain coming through with this system, so that will help with the very dry conditions that we have at the surface. And then by Sunday, all of that is gone, and we've got cooler and drier conditions back behind that. Cinco de Mayo, just 15 days out. Mother's Day for moms out there, 24 days from that date, and then 59 days until Father's Day, with 62 days now until the summer solstice. So inside of 9 weeks, it's going to feel like summer around here today and tomorrow, y'all. I'm telling you, with 88 for your high tomorrow. That's the record, so could be tying that or possibly even breaking it. A little cooler Saturday, and then you'll definitely feel those cooler numbers Sunday and into early next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, I'm with Hank, too. We're saying hi to your mom as well. Hello. Well, Justin, if you and your mom are planning to go outside and enjoy the warm weather, we'd love to see it. Maybe you guys are going to Camden Yards to watch the Orioles game. For all of you at home watching, we'd love to see your pictures and videos. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen, and that is going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. And this is all powered by StatBuck. Well, new details are developing in an ongoing Project Baltimore investigation. In our next half hour, why the Maryland State Department of Education removed state test results from its website.
And Earth Day birthday is coming up on Saturday, all in celebration of Earth Day and Mr. Trashwheel's birthday. We'll let you know exactly what's going to be happening at Pierce Park on Saturday and how you can join the fun in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Celebrate Mr. Trashwheel's birthday and Earth Day this weekend.
The Waterfront Partnership is inviting you out for a family-friendly party. Amy Aronson is live at the Inner Harbor with more. Hi, Amy.
Hi, yeah, it's going to be lots of fun, all celebrating the Earth and Mr. Trashwheel that's actually helping out the Earth. I'm here with Adam Lindquist from Waterfront Partnership. wearing your Mr. Trash Wheel shirt. Is that Mr.? It's all the trash wheels.
It's
on
all
that
the trash
shirt.
wheels blended together on one hilarious Hawaiian shirt.
Ready for Earth Day, nice and green too. So you're going to be out here on Saturday, Pierce Park, helping celebrate Mr. Trash Wheel's Big B Day, 9 years old. You've got little mini trash wheels here ready for the event.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've got so many fun activities planned. These beautiful little Mr. Trash Wheel plushies will be for sale, and everyone who purchases a ticket will actually receive, as part of that ticket, a Mr. Trash Wheel deck of playing cards.
That's awesome.
Where each of our trash wheels are represented on a playing card suit.
Yeah, you've got a lot of trash wheels helping us out in the harbor right now. So how many to be exact?
We've got 4 trash wheels here in Baltimore. Mr. Trash Wheel, Professor Trash Wheel, Captain Trash Wheel, and Gwenda, the Good Wheel of the West.
Okay, tell people if they don't know how these work. We've got Mr. Trash Wheel in motion right now. What's going on over there?
So trash wheels don't move around the harbor. They stay at the end of a river or stream and wait for the trash to come to them. The current of the stream powers this giant water wheel that turns a system of rakes and a conveyor belt that scoop up the trash and put it into a dumpster sitting on a barge in the back of the device. Uses just renewable power, solar power, and hydropower to operate.
Okay, cool. And they will collect anything that's kind of coming through their waterway, right?
They've collected 13 million cigarette butts, over 1 million plastic bottles, over 1 million plastic bags. Everything that floats down the river, we pick up.
They've certainly earned this birthday cake, right?
Yeah, Mr. Trash Wheel definitely deserves, I mean, he's been doing this for 9 years.
9 years.
So yeah, he deserves a beautiful big birthday cake made completely of trash.
That's awesome. Better start planning the 10-year right now. That's a big one, right?
Yeah, 10 will be a big one.
That's exciting. Okay, if you want to come out and join the fun, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. You can get all the details there. Megan, Patrice, all good stuff here. Good for the water, good for the environment, and good for Mr. Trash Wheel, too.
And a good shirt he's got on.
3 months since these signs went up and bans on squeegeeing at certain intersections took effect. Just ahead, we're going to take a look at the progress that's been made since then.
The Baltimore Police Department is severely understaffed. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, a law enforcement expert weighs in on how this could impact the crime crisis. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Thursday, April 20th, and I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right, 4:20, and there's a lot going on today, but let's talk about the weather first.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has some good news.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Talking about temperatures that haven't been too bad so far this morning, and we've got a warm afternoon ahead, even hotter as we get into Friday. But looking at our Towson cam right now, the Towson traffic circle all looking good. Plenty of sunshine. Those trees are getting a lot more leaves on them for sure. So as you head out the door, maybe a light jacket, but you will not need that later today. We're talking sunglasses, flip-flops, and shorts. No need for the umbrella either because that rain is staying away until Saturday. So if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you're going to already start to get your sweat on. We're talking low to mid 60s on your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, new details in an ongoing Project Baltimore investigation. As we told you earlier this week, the Maryland Department of Education removed state test results from its website and then hid the data from the public.
As Chris Papps explains, the state says it is protecting student privacy, but the move is drawing criticism. Chris is joining us live now this morning. Chris, what are you learning about this?
Well, we asked them, State Department of Education, why
Sounds like we might be having trouble.
I promise to reduce homicides and non-fatal shootings by 15%. Make no mistake about it, this is my top priority.
Turning now to a city in crisis after there were 2 shootings in a matter of hours.
Police are reporting 83 homicides so far this year, and that is compared to over 100 at this same time last year. While homicide numbers are trending in the right direction, numbers elsewhere are causing concern.
Olivia Dan's joining us live this morning with a little bit more on this. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. We're talking about staffing numbers with Baltimore Police. Currently, the department is short nearly 500 officers, so they're stretched very thin. And former Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson believes that the city's crime crisis could only get worse with the current shortage of officers.
We know that the number of uniformed patrol officers out there is not the only factor that's important in public safety. There are many others, but this one is critical. This one, I would dare say, is the most critical. It gets to the department's ability to immediately respond to a crisis.
While homicides are technically down this year compared to this time last year, the violence continues. Just last night, a 16-year-old was shot in South Baltimore, and later a man was found shot and killed in Southwest Baltimore. According to Baltimore Police, total staff is about 2,115, which is down from just over 2,600 officers. So as of March 30th, the department is short 489 officers. The City Police Union president says that currently about 600 officers are assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift on the streets. And Johnson says that Baltimore police have struggled with staffing for decades, but unfortunately, there is no easy fix. Back to you.
Olivia, how has Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed the understaffing of the department this time?
Well, Tom, just last week he said they're getting the job done, but with fewer officers. Take a listen to everything he said.
With nearly 500 fewer officers, we have to use overtime to flex the size of the department to make it look and feel as if we have 2,600. And so that's what we're budgeted for.
So while the understaffing is nothing new, it's still a major concern. And of course, we will continue to follow it. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, it has been a little more than 3 months since Mayor Scott's squeegee collaborative plan took effect. And this morning, we're looking into just how effective that plan has been. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live along President Street with a look at the progress. Shannon.
Well, Megan, the mayor says complaints about squeegee kids are down some 73%. Now, we have talked to some people in this area who say they have seen more of them out now that the weather is nice. In fact, on this very street just earlier this week, despite these signs saying it's not allowed, squeegee kids are still out and our cameras are rolling. In fact, take a look at this video here on the left side of your screen. This was the scene just after 9 o'clock Tuesday night when 3 3 squeegee kids were working drivers on President Street, even though President Street is now deemed one of the city's 6 no squeegee zones. And 2 weeks ago, our cameras captured these 2 squeegee kids working the north end of President Street, just feet from the entrance to the city police department. An officer and a member of the city's African American engagement office arrived on the scene, telling the kids to stop their squeegeeing and urging them to return for help the next day.
They were being very friendly. They weren't being disrespectful, but they're not supposed to be there. And they'll be mentored. We'll have different entrepreneur speakers come in, teach them about entrepreneurship, teach them about financial literacy, and at the end of the day, they receive a stipend.
Well, since the city established these squeegee zones in February, police say officers have issued 29 warnings and no citations. And remember, squeegee kids must get 3 warnings before they can be given a citation. And it appears so far that has not happened. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Now, if you have a run-in with a squeegee kid, we would like to hear about it. Send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. Make sure to let us know where it happened and if you have video. New documents reveal what Roy McGrath may have been planning, what he didn't do before his trial.
Plus, a big warming trend and the work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the increase in temperatures. Time now is 8:37, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Time right now, just about 8:40 on your Weather Authority forecast. Looking out over the Inner Harbor. Taxi! It's a water taxi. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, calm conditions right now. And boaters and watermen, ahoy! For your day today on the water, we're looking at very calm conditions. A little easterly wind, about 5 to 10 knots, and waves about a foot or less. That low tide, 238, comes back in this evening at 7:52 for Fort McHenry on that high tide. And check out these numbers. High temps are going to be in the low to mid 80s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, well above average for this time of year. We'll talk about how we could be breaking records tomorrow, and then that rain chance as well for the weekend. That's coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. New details this morning surrounding former Governor Larry Hogan's aide, Roy McGrath. According to the Baltimore Sun, new document revealing McGrath never bought a plane ticket to Baltimore ahead of his March federal trial. He faced federal charges of wire fraud, embezzlement, and falsifying a document, but he never showed up for his court date. Authorities finally caught up with him 3 weeks later in Knoxville, Tennessee, and that's when he was shot and killed. The FBI has not said who shot and killed McGrath. The O's come out this season swinging. Coming up, the reasons behind why the Orioles are starting off so strong.
Lawmakers talk UFO sightings. I'm Janae Bowens in Washington. Coming up, I'll tell you why there's a bipartisan push to learn more about these mysterious objects.
(8:43) and developing now, UFOs take over the discussion in Washington, D.C., and lawmakers now holding their second hearing on the topic in more than 50 years.
Janae Bowens explains what the government is doing to defend the country against these potentially dangerous objects. Janae?
UFOs are no longer just a conspiracy theory.
Because of the UFO stigma, the response has been irresponsibly anemic and slow.
The recent downing of the Chinese surveillance balloon and 3 other objects underscores the need for domain awareness.
With the potential of security threats to our military, there's a bipartisan push to help get more information on and defense against these UFOs, or what the government calls UAP, which stands for Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena.
We are tracking over a total of 650 cases.
Sean Kirkpatrick heads the Pentagon's new All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. They investigate these UAP sightings, and he discussed their findings during a Senate Armed Services Subcommittee hearing Wednesday.
AARO has found no credible evidence thus far of extraterrestrial activity, off-world technology, or objects that defy the known laws of physics.
No issues with aliens for now, but a real concern exists when it comes to foreign adversaries.
And I have indicators that some are related to foreign capabilities.
Kirkpatrick says his office follows a multi-step process when it comes to their investigations. And he says with very limited evidence, it's going to take some time to get answers on these mysteries. Alejandro Rojas, the head of research and content for Enigma Labs, a data and community platform dedicated to UAP sightings, says the government is moving in the right direction and is pushing the scientific community to do the same.
He's asking those mainstream scientists who are kind of closed-minded about this topic to consider other ideas and to keep on the table that maybe it is aliens. We don't have evidence of that yet, he says, but it's a possibility.
And the House held a similar hearing just last May. And with both sides of the aisle wanting to strengthen the Aero office, it's safe to say we'll see more action around UAP in the near future. In Washington, I'm Janae Bowens for the National Desk.
Potential record highs may head our way this week, well, to end up our work week.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with some details on that.
Yeah, 88's the record for tomorrow, guys, and that's similar to the number that we're going to be looking for, possibly tying that, maybe even breaking it. Today, we're right back into the mid-80s, and we're well above average, and even this morning is looking very nice. If you haven't made your way out, beautiful shot here from our Towson traffic circle, and our camera looking pretty good. And check out our numbers climbing steadily through the rest of the morning into the 70s and low to mid-80s as we take you toward the afternoon. The average is 68, so again, well above that number for the day today. And you know what? I consulted with Carlos, and Carlos the Crab and I both think, yeah, we're going to be happy crabs today. A 5 on the crab cast, I think, for this afternoon. Yesterday was very nice. Today, even nicer with these temperatures that are a little bit warmer. Low to mid 70s yesterday. We're talking low to mid 80s for a lot of us for this afternoon. 78 Elkton, still hanging on to some upper 70s there in Bel Air and down through Stevensville and Annapolis, but most of us in the low to mid 80s across the bay, out through Baltimore, even Westminster and 83 and 84 in Columbia. Great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR all day, which is visual flight rules. And the best thing, very little wind. So nice calm conditions, not having to deal with those crosswind takeoffs and landings. Our temperature tracker looking like this, upper 80s here through tomorrow. Then those numbers drop off into the 70s on Saturday. And notice we dip down below average as we head toward next week. So even though those numbers are falling to the 60s, still not going to be too bad. It will just be quite a difference in how it feels outside from today and tomorrow. So our future scan looking dry. We've got nothing but mainly sunny skies over the next couple of days and warm temperatures all ahead of that next weather maker, which is a cold front moving in from the west. And that's going to be crossing the area by about midday Saturday, along and ahead of the front. We'll see those showers, possibly a few thunderstorms through Saturday, late afternoon and evening. All of that's gone by the time we head towards Sunday. Shout out to Joyce G. And look at this pretty puppy right here. That is Daisy May Star. Great name, too. So thank you for that picture, Joyce. We appreciate it. And I always love getting your pet pics. It's real easy. Just hit me on the old Facebook, on Twitter, Instagram, chime in, or just email me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. So that 7-day forecast looking like this. Temperatures in the mid to upper 80s for today and tomorrow. Back to the upper 70s Saturday. Then those showers roll through, and it's cooler Sunday with 67 for a high. We're dry and also cooler next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Zach sent this picture in of Peeps the dog. I like that name, too. So that's the view through Zach's window, and we'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. And just a reminder, you can always track severe storms even when we are not on the air. It's easy. You just download the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF, and that's going to get you started.
We've got a lot going on right now on the Lens Solar Traffic Network. This big one right here, the major delays. This is in Anne Arundel County right here, where you see 50 westbound is basically stopped because of 4 vehicles involved. We brought this up about an hour ago, and that's still ongoing. And it's causing some backups all the way to Yorktown. Right before you get off when you get off the Bay Bridge, you're going to see some slowdowns there. That one is happening, major one. Then we have 3 closer to Baltimore. Another one is we are right before, this is 895 north past exit 9 at Child Street. There's a 2-vehicle accident involved there. Then we have one in Lithcomb Heights, the inner loop right at 695. There are 2 vehicles involved. There's a collision there, not causing any delays at that location. And then finally, the inner loop 695 right near 43 and Peninsula Expressway. There's a vehicle causing a slight delay there because of the accidents. North of the city, it is also some issues going on, the outer loop and inner loop. The main one, though, that's causing some slow, outer loop right at York Road. There's 2 vehicles there, and that's causing some backups all the way, which normally is very high congestion in the Kearney Parkville area, and that's backed all the way up until you get over to 95. So long commutes for you around the Baltimore area.
From the Orioles to the Ravens, Baltimore is celebrating today.
Mark Clark is joining us here in studio this morning with the different reasons for both teams to be celebrating the day. Mark.
That's right. We're winning. We're winning. So far, so great for the Orioles this season. They have 11 wins and only 7 losses. Currently, they are on a 3-game winning streak, with the latest being over the Washington Nationals last night. They won 4-0. The reason they're starting off so strong is because of the team starting pitching. When it comes to that, the last 2 nights have been really good with Dean Kramer and Kyle Brandish. What's the name, Tom? Yeah. Thank you. Stellar performances. They'll return home tomorrow night to take on Detroit just after 7. And we want to take a few steps over from Camden Yards to M&T Bank, where the stadium and the Ravens are celebrating 20 years together. Their partnership dates back to 2003. To honor their time together tonight, the flock will go back, we'll relive some of the great memories from back then. Oh my God, it was a good time, right? The leaders from then, Todd Heap, Jamal Lewis, Dennis Pitta, all will be there in attendance. It's a great time, and guys, we're excited about it, right?
Those are the originals, the OGs.
The OGs in the game.
I remember Todd Heap. He was on my fantasy team like a long time ago.
Yeah. He was good.
Yeah.
But also for the O's, guys. I mean, how about that? I mean, we got one of the best records in baseball. 4-1 on the road trip, 2 shutouts in a row on the Battle of the Beltway series. We won it.
Tampa Bay in our scopes right now.
Yeah, that's right. We're coming for you, Tampa.
All right, Mark, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Youth violence continues to be a major concern in Baltimore after a 16-year-old was shot last night. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the latest details in the investigation.
More loved ones coming forward, speaking out about the 12-year-old who was shot and killed over the weekend. Just ahead, the message from Jalen Richards' mom and aunt. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, thank you, Shannon. Sun is out and with some force today, which means you need to get it done today.
Let's go ahead and take a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, Twitter's legacy check marks are set to disappear today. The company announcing that profiles with free check marks will need to subscribe to Twitter Blue in order to keep it. Twitter originally said the check marks would go away on April 1st, and then it got moved to today, April 20th. The Washington Post reports the process is mostly manual, meaning it could take time for all of the check marks to be removed. Facebook's parent company, Meta Platforms, settled a $725 million data privacy lawsuit, and you could get some money from it. Last year, the company was accused of making private users' information available to third parties. If you use the platform anytime from May of 2007 to December 2022, you are eligible for the settlement money. All you have to do is file a claim through Facebook user privacysettle.com. The more people who submit a claim, the smaller your share will be. Happening today, the Maryland Jockey Club will host a hiring fair at Pimlico Racecourse. It starts at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Companies will be on site to share information with candidates about positions open for Preakness weekend, such as line and prep cooks, servers, buffet managers, tent chefs and supervisors, and host staff. If food isn't your thing, there are still positions that you can apply for, like unarmed security staff, transportation drivers, field crew, project managers. If you plan on going, you are encouraged to register at preakness.com/hiring fair. Just make sure you dress professionally, bring copies of your resume, and good luck. Now it is time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
We really like a sandwich at our house for a snack on the go because we're always running around, but it is the worst when you go to grab the bread and it's stale and it's moldy. This Tupperware bread saver has really helped us out with that. It's so easy to use. It's lightweight. It's got this little divider in it, so you can put the divider in, and if different people in the house like different types of bread, one goes here, the other goes here, and then you just close it, and it's going to keep your bread fresh, and that's going to save you money because you don't want to throw away money. Groceries are so expensive right now. This works because it's got this little ventilation on the top, and it's just the right amount of air. Too much air makes the bread stale, and too little is going to create mold. So this gives you just the right amount. The other thing I like about it, if you have the kids or the grandkids over, like sometimes when we have family, I like to treat us to muffins or bagels. You can put these in a separate compartment. Even if you treat yourself to the good bagels, they stay fresh right there, and you just cover it. And it's got this really sleek look, and it looks good in any kitchen, and it's really lightweight to transport. With this price that you're getting, you could buy a couple and give these to friends as a gift. Right now, we're offering 25% off the Tupperware Bread Saver. This is really a good deal. It's going to save you money in the long run. Head to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Thursday, April 20th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We need to check in on our forecast. It's feeling pretty good out there.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has something to smile about.
Nice, fresh spring feeling out there. We had those temps in the 70s yesterday, and not as cold this morning either. We weren't bundling up.
No,
but
it was
either
better.
way, looking good right now. As got one of the cruise ships in port. So good morning to all of those folks. And maybe if you're heading out on the ship later today, hopefully you have a great voyage. Looking at temperatures that are warming up steadily. Right now, you can see those numbers in the mid to upper 50s, even some lower 60s there in Baltimore City, 58 Essex and Middle River, your temperature right now. So on your out and about cast, those temps in the low to mid 60s, even 70s on the way as we take you through the middle part of the afternoon. And our 3T cast today, tonight, tomorrow, we're looking at 84 for our high, drop into the upper 50s tonight, and then 88 tomorrow, could be tying or even breaking records. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Len Stoller traffic network. Check this out. Anne Arundel County, we've got a crash there. This is on 50 and Route 665. All westbound lanes are closed. Traffic is moving through on the right shoulder. Expect delays in that area, though, this morning. Also, some other slowdowns around the region to be mindful of as you're getting up and heading out.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing violence involving young people in Baltimore.
Just last night, 2 people were shot, including a 16-year-old who is now in critical condition.
Well, that violence comes just days after a 12-year-old was shot and killed. His family says that he was hanging out with an older crowd.
They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. The parents is planning funerals for their kids, not planning birthday parties.
I would never, ever be able to touch him again and tell him how much I love him. And it's heartbreaking.
We have live team coverage for you this morning.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with more from the family of that 12-year-old and the calls for accountability.
But we begin with the latest act of violence. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with details surrounding the 16-year-old who was shot just last night. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the 16-year-old is fighting for his life after being shot in the head last night in South Baltimore. Now, homicide detectives here at the Baltimore Police Department were notified because of the severity of the victim's injuries. The shooting is still under investigation, but police say it happened around 8 last night on Carver Road. The shooting comes after a 12-year-old identified as Jalen Richards was shot and killed also in South Baltimore over the weekend. Juvenile violence is a major concern, and one mother, Patty Hawkins, actually moved her family out of Baltimore to escape the crime and help her son succeed. Hawkins says kids are being targeted by adults running gangs in the city, especially after laws changed last year protecting children from certain charges.
I feel like they're prey to these predators, these drug dealers that are hanging out around the schools, because it's easier to have children sell drugs for you than you to get a charge yourself to sell drugs.
The shooting last night and the one over the weekend are still under investigation. So, of course, if you have any information, you should call police or Metro Crime Stoppers. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Tonight, members of the community will participate in a candlelight vigil to remember and honor the life of Jalen Richards.
So far this year, 9 children under the age of 18 have been murdered in Baltimore City, and that includes 12-year-old Jalen Richards. According to police, he was gunned down Saturday night on Mazel Court in South Baltimore. Shannon Lilly continuing our team coverage this morning. She is joining us live with the message from Jalen's mom and aunt. Shannon.
Well, Megan, Jalen's mom and aunt are echoing the same thing that his grandmother said, that Jalen was caught up in the wrong crowd of older kids who took advantage of him and ultimately got him killed. Listen to the pain in their voices.
Big people that don't want to take charges and say you're a 12-year-old that you will come home. They still was dragging my baby to the streets because he was a minor. My son's life ran up, like I said, to the streets of Baltimore City because that was a baby that took them big bullets.
Just heartbreaking. And this is Jalen Richards right here on your screen. He was shot multiple times Saturday night in his own South Baltimore community as he was running away, and that is according to investigators. Jalen's loved ones say Jalen was on house arrest when this happened. The family says that was for theft charges, and they say it's all because he was hanging with an older crowd. Now, they are not the only family to experience something similar to this. After a law passed during the 2022 General Assembly session, kids 13 and under are shielded from facing charges. And so families tell us, Patrice and Megan, that these kids are being recruited by adults to commit crimes.
Well, Shannon, what are leaders saying about this possible trend?
They're not really saying much, Megan. We reached out to the mayor's office to ask him if this trend is happening where adults are using kids to commit crimes. We didn't hear back. We also reached out to the police commissioner asking if there's a gang problem in the city. And earlier this week, we tried to talk to lawmakers in Annapolis about the policies that may need changing in order to hold these kids accountable and prevent this from happening in the first place. We didn't hear back from any of them. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly. Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
We want to know what you think. Are lawmakers refusing to acknowledge how their decisions impact public safety? So far, 96% of voters say yes. The poll is open right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
The weekly jobless claims have just been released.
Tom Rogers at our live center breaking down those numbers.
Oh, I've got the charts, the graphs, all sorts of things. I know it's not too exciting, but this does affect your pocketbook. Looking at it right here, the report serves as a rough indicator to track whether layoffs are rising were falling. And there were 245,000 initial claims for the week ending April 15th. And there's the chart that shows it. And here you go. We're going to get the data coming up right. Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. Look at that. Isn't that exciting? Increase of 5,000 from the previous week's revised level. Analysts initially predicted there would be 244,000 layoffs. They got this one right. They were just off by about 1,000. Now, then a little later this morning at about 10 o'clock, reports on existing home sales will then be released. They're expected to fall about 2.2% as higher interest rates force many would-be buyers out of the market. And we are looking at, of course, changing to find the new listings. They're down by 25% from a year ago, according to Redfin. Now, the last report we are watching for this morning, U.S. leading economic indicators, is also expected to drop at 10 o'clock this morning. We'll have that for the midday if there's anything substantial there. This report is an analysis of several records used to gauge the overall direction of our economy. It's expected to fall 0.7%. And will be followed by a statement from the Conference Board about what that means for the risk of a recession. Now, that's the latest, but look at this. I want to show you the crowds that are now here. This is a live look coming right here from South Padre, Texas, and they are all waiting on this next rocket launch. They're across the water from it. It's in 21 minutes, so we'll be following this, too, for you. Maybe update that on the next live center here in just about a half hour. Megan, Patrice?
All right, Tom, thank you. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy setting the stage for President Biden to come to the bargaining table to negotiate raising the debt limit.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, this is the first comprehensive look at the GOP's proposal. So what's in it?
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. So these spending cuts, which McCarthy has talked about for months now, and in exchange is an agreement to raise the debt limit by $1.5 trillion. Now, this is called the Limit, Save, Grow Act, and it includes capping spending growth at 1% a year. It also repeals funding for legislation for the IRS, and it ends the White House's push to cancel student loan debt. It also promotes boosting domestic oil, gas, and coal production. What it does not do is make any cuts to Medicare or Social Security. That's something that Democrats had been warning Republicans were going to do. Now, the plan is up for a vote in the House early next week. It is unlikely any Democrat will vote for this legislation, making it a launching point, starting point more than anything else.
Well, Kayla, how are Democrats and White House officials responding to McCarthy's plan?
Well, the attacks have already begun. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre saying Republicans want to increase costs for hardworking families and take food assistance and health care away from these hardworking families, giving tax cuts to the super rich and companies. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy coming back with Democrats are spreading false information about his plan. Now, if no debt limit solution is agreed upon before the default, which is about 6 weeks away now, so getting closer and closer, another group of House lawmakers is proposing a backup plan, and that includes suspending the debt ceiling through the end of the year. A separate commission would then be created to come up with yet another plan.
All right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Well, in our 7 o'clock hour, we spoke with Congressman John Sarbanes on the Democrats' plan. He believes Congress has to deal with the debt ceiling in a clean fashion.
I think what President Biden and the Democrats have put forward is the very sound proposal that we deal with the debt ceiling in a clean, flat fashion. We raise that, which is what we've always done. By the way, we did that under the last president, under President Trump. There were no conditions attached. We pay our bills. We make good on the creditworthiness of the United States. We do that as one project, and then we can have a separate and meaningful discussion about what we do with the budget going forward. So that ought to be the approach that we undertake, and that's what the Democrats have put forward as the plan forward.
Well, if you would like to check out our full interview with Congressman Sarbanes, just head to our website, foxbaltimore.com.
And be sure to tune in to Fox 45 Morning News tomorrow at 7:15. Congressman Andy Harris will join us live to discuss the debt ceiling.
All right, it is 9:10, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Looks a little gray behind you now.
Yeah, just a little hazy. That's all it is. The sun is out and looking out over the Patapsco right now. Everything looking good. And the good news today for anyone being outside, especially boaters and watermen, a lot less wind. So we're taking a look at your captain's cast. We're looking at east wind, only about 5 to 10 knots with waves about a foot or less. Temps in the lower 60s now, mid 70s by noontime and into the low and mid 80s for for later this afternoon. We were out there at Bullies on the Bay yesterday with the parents in town. Such a great environment and atmosphere, and I saw a lot more of those boats that are getting ready to go in the water and getting unwrapped for the season. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
BPD has struggled with staffing for decades.
Well, as Baltimore continues to see incidents of violent crime, some are blaming an officer shortage. In our next half hour, the critical problem plaguing the Baltimore Police Department.
The mayor promises to restart weekly recycling in Baltimore sometime in the next year. Well, one councilman says that's not good enough. Why he's questioning how the city is spending money. 9/11, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. (9:14), the Brigance Brigade Foundation is celebrating milestones as they're returning to the Maryland Zoo for the 11th annual championship race and family fun run walk. Co-founder of the Brigance Brigade, Shanda Brigance, is joining us this morning. We always love when you're here with us. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay, so you're just one half of the Brigance part of the Brigance Brigade. Your husband, OJ, the other half.
Yes.
How is he? Because, you know, we all love him. We always got to check on him.
He's wonderful. As a matter of fact, when I got here, I texted him and said, oh, please tell everyone hello, 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 hello.
And that's why we love him.
He sends his love, his hello, and all of him he sends. So
okay, so talk about the race coming up. I'm excited. We're all going to be there. My daughter and I are going to run it. So it's going to be fun.
Yes, and not only that, we have the wonderful Mr. Monty, who's going to facilitate and be our warm-up instructor.
Yes.
So we're so happy that Monty is going to join us this year as well. But yes, we're so ready. We're ready. We're going to be at the Maryland Zoo again.
And how fun is that?
Absolutely, because, you know, once you purchase your ticket, it also automatically includes you into the Maryland Zoo after the race and after all of our festivities. So all of that is included. But we're excited. It's 15 years. Can you believe believe 15 years.
You all have been going strong and doing a lot of good work in that time.
Well, we're trying to help those who are living with this disease. We're trying to, do our part and be in the community and just pour some positive things into the community. And one is what we're doing, helping those who are living with ALS.
And how is that fight going? What have you seen in 15 years that, gives you a reason to say, you know what, we're making a difference?
Absolutely. Well, for one, sadly, we're seeing more people getting diagnosed, but at the same time, like you say, we're there, we're doing our part, we're helping, we're research, they're doing their part as well. The doctors and them and they who are doing that, and thank God for them. But meanwhile, while we wait for this cure and wait for what we're waiting for, OJ and I, we've rallied up, and people have rallied with us, and we're just trying to do our part to help those who are living with this disease.
And if anybody needs hope in this disease, then just looking at your husband should be able to give that to them. Talk about the race. Can people still sign up?
Yes, let's do that. People can still sign up. They can sign up the day of.
Okay.
I mean, just come on. Everyone, just come on. Like I say, it's 15 years. We have expanded our kids' adventure zone. So we have potato sack race. We have rock climbing. We have a gaming truck. We have face painting. We have the mascots, the Orioles mascot.
So I thought after the race I was going to go home, but my daughter's going to want to do all of those things.
Yes, we have pretzel wetzel, and and we have so much going on.
Right.
Come on out, any and everyone. Bring your families, your friends, your co-workers, your neighbors, everybody.
Where do they go to sign up?
Brigantsbrigade.org is right there. I mean, just a little button, just push it. Brigantsbrigade.org.
All right, well, we're looking forward to it. We're going to be out there. We're going to have fun. I can't wait. It's next weekend at the Maryland Zoo. Send our love back to OJ. Mwah, mwah.
I will.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the forecast. So we need really, really good weather, not too hot, and no rain for next Saturday, the 29th.
Absolutely, yes.
Hold on, I gotta make a note so I can.
I thank you for working on that. I appreciate it. I'll send you an email.
Just perfect. Yeah, put it in the request form folder. That'd be great. And actually, next weekend is not looking too bad. Just kind of some of the long-range outlooks are showing that temperatures will not be as warm as they're going to be today or tomorrow, as we're going to be cooler next week and into next weekend as well, as kind of the long-range trend. But right now, we're taking a look at our Towson camera. Lots of sunshine, lighting up those trees, looking very nice here this morning. And temperatures that have been pretty good. In fact, we've hung out in the 40s and 50s, and we're now to 61. That's your current number in Towson. The average high temp for the day is 68 for this time of year. So we're already near that number, and we're only going to keep climbing. Mid-70s by noontime. Golfers, any outdoor enthusiasts, anything you want to do outside today, not much wind, and overall nice conditions. Just a little on the warmer side. That 3-4 o'clock hour, we're going to see those 80s moving here. Also, if you're going to be outside, just know the pollen levels continue to be high, with trees the main offender. Grass in that moderate category now, but not necessarily weeds or mold as of yet. It's still those trees that are blooming and bringing us those really pretty colors and a lot of the green leaves out there as well. Our high temps for today across central Maryland. For Westminster, Cockeysville, Bel Air, upper 70s and lower 80s, mid 80s for Baltimore down through Columbia and Laurel, and even warmer conditions in D.C. We're looking at upper 80s there. And if you're traveling across the country today, upper Midwest in the 70s, mid 80s for Nashville down through Atlanta. Could see some strong to severe thunderstorms in the Arklatex region and areas in eastern Texas and parts of the Mississippi River Valley. While it's colder out west, only 48 in Salt Lake City and 51 in Denver today. So pilots who are flying this afternoon or this morning, visual flight rules. We're looking at VFR conditions all day, so no issues and not that crosswind we had to deal with over the last couple of days. Future scan looking good too. We're dry today and tomorrow. We are going to get a little bit more wind picking up tomorrow afternoon, and that's going to help to dry things out. So elevated fire danger, especially with our temperatures near record highs on Friday. Rain comes in Saturday. Now, not just rain, but some thunderstorms associated with this cold front. Anytime you get that colder air smashing into that large area of the warmer air, that's when you get those thunderstorms to develop, and that's when we could see some issues both Saturday afternoon and into the evening time. So I know it's right in the middle of your weekend, but we're definitely seeing the rain that was needed with as dry as we are. And then we're cooler and drier back behind that. Cinco de Mayo in 15 days from right now, so it's 2 weeks from tomorrow, and it's on a Friday this year. Mother's Day in just 24 days, and we're looking at 62 days until that summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Here's that 7-day forecast. Temperatures drop to the upper 70s on Saturday, even though we have that rain around, and then 60s on the way for the end of the weekend and into early next week.
9:20 and trending now, the Maryland Science Olympiad returns this weekend, and some Baltimore City students are getting some local help.
Check this out. Students at Johns Hopkins School of Engineering are helping out at Cherry Hill Elementary Middle School. The Science Olympiad is America's largest STEM competition for middle and high school. Cherry Hill has one of 10 qualifying teams in Baltimore, 9 of which were mentored by Johns Hopkins students.
All right, America may run on Dunkin', but Maryland runs on Starbucks. That is according to a new research study.
Researchers with the website PriceListo.com wanted to find the state's most obsessed with Starbucks, and they calculated the number of Starbucks locations across each state, and then they ranked them proportionately according to the number of residents per store.
The study found Maryland, which has 332 branches in the state, ranks 9th in the states most obsessed with Starbucks. Oregon took the crown as the state most obsessed, makes sense, followed by Washington and then Nevada.
Well, caffeine, it's a drug, you know, right? We're addicted to it.
It really is, unfortunately.
Well, Banditos has opened up a new location in Columbia, so they are joining us live in studio this morning to celebrate. In our next half hour, they're going to show us how to make Old Bay battered fried shrimp tacos. Oh, my goodness.
And look at that drink.
We are getting ready for Earth Day birthday, celebrating Mr. Trash Wheel on Saturday. Everybody's coming out, including Eco Adventures and Kaya. We're going to learn more about her and who's going to be out there celebrating on Saturday in just a couple of minutes.
The Waterfront Partnership is celebrating Earth Day and Mr. Trash Wheel this Saturday.
Because Mr. Trash Wheel is turning 9 and feeling fine. Amy Ernson is live at the Inner Harbor with all the festivities. How's it going, Amy?
Yeah, good. We've got a new friend joining us this morning. Actually, 3 new friends. I'm here with Kaya, Narissa, and Lydia and Kaya this morning. Lots of names to remember. So you all, Eco Adventures, coming out for the big celebration on Saturday. You're bringing lots of friends with you. But first, let's introduce Kaya to everyone. It looks like she's saying hi to the camera here.
Yes, this is Kaya, our Burmese python. She is 11 feet long.
Wow.
And she's super friendly. As you can see, she loves attention.
Yeah, I can see she's literally saying hi to Kenny and the camera there. She's a big woman. How much does she weigh?
She weighs about 50 pounds.
Wow.
So she's a little heavy.
Okay, awesome. You said she's very friendly. She's used to making appearances. Some things she likes to do. She seems pretty calm here. You said she likes the cool weather. What are her favorite things?
So she loves coming out and meeting new friends. She definitely comes out for a bunch of birthday parties and programs at ECO, and the kids get to interact with her and touch her, and so she just loves meeting new people.
Okay, awesome. And she's just going to be one of the friends you bring out come Saturday. Who else is going to be joining the party?
Yeah, so we're definitely bringing Kaya. She's going to be the biggest animal we bring.
50 pounds is pretty big.
Yes. We are going to bring some of our alligators, some of our lizards, turtles, maybe even some of our smaller mammals as well.
Ooh, very cool. And if people can't come out on Saturday, they can actually come meet all of you and see your cool facility in person. So if people want to do that, how do they do that?
Yes, so we are in Millersville, Maryland, and we have our website is ecoadventures.org, so they can go visit there, see all of our award-winning programs. We have birthday parties, summer camp coming up. We have a ton of different family-friendly programs where they can come meet Kaya and all of her friends at Eco Adventures. We have a little bit of everything. We have furry friends, feathered friends, and our scaly friends, of course.
And our scaly friends, of course. Well, I think Kaya's probably reached her limit for being good for the camera, right? She's like, I just want to explore this beautiful morning out here.
Yes, she is definitely a wiggle worm this morning.
Wiggle worm. She's keeping you very busy. Awesome. Well, if you guys want to come out and meet Kaya for yourself and see everything that's going to be out at Pierce Park on Saturday, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks, and you can get all the details there. Megan, Patrice, Kaya's made me feel very comfortable this morning. Actually, I should thank Lydia and Narissa for it because they're making me feel comfortable because they're so good at handling her.
They keep her. Right. Have at it, Amy. All right. Oh, look at that. We're warming up today with temperatures in the 80s this afternoon, but tomorrow is going to be even hotter. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the warm up ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
3 months since these signs went up and a ban on squeegeeing in certain intersections took effect. Just ahead, we'll update you on the progress that's been made since then. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Thursday, 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's got our forecast.
So far, so good for our spring day today, even though it's going to feel a little more on the summer end of things in terms of our temperatures. Looking out right now, plenty of sunshine from our Mile 1 Auto Group here in Towson. Lots of those green trees. And if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, 60s and even lower 70s. So mild conditions. Enjoy your run or walk. On your quick glance forecast, 84 for our high today. That number well above average for this time of year, and that sun will be up until 7:49 tonight. We'll top out at 84 today, and then we'll add about 4 or 5 degrees tomorrow. Could be breaking or tying records on Friday. Rain rolls in on Saturday, and even some thunderstorms possible as well. We'll take a closer look at that chance for storms and the hour-by-hour forecast to plan your weekend coming up in just a few.
9:31 and turning now to a city in crisis after there were 2 shootings in just a matter of hours last night. Police are reporting 83 homicides so far this year compared to more than 100 at the same time last year.
While homicide numbers are trending in the right direction, numbers elsewhere are causing concern. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with more. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. We're talking about staffing numbers for Baltimore police. Currently, the department is short nearly 500 officers, so they're stretched very thin. And former Deputy Police Commissioner Jason Johnson believes that the city's crime crisis could only get worse with the current officer shortage.
We know that the number of uniformed patrol officers out there is not the only factor that's important in public safety. There are many others, but this one is critical. This one, I would dare say, is the most critical. It gets to the department's ability to immediately respond to a crisis.
While homicides are technically down this year compared to this time last year, the violence continues. Just last night, a 16-year-old was shot in South Baltimore, and later a man was found shot and killed in Southwest Baltimore. According to Baltimore police, total staff is about 2,115, which is down from just over 2,600 officers. So as of March 30th, the department is short 489 officers. The City Police Union president says that currently about 600 officers are assigned to the city's 9 patrol districts, with only 10 to 14 officers per district per shift on the streets. And Johnson says that Baltimore police have struggled with staffing for decades. And unfortunately, Megan, there is no easy fix.
Olivia, has Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed the understaffing of the department at all?
Yeah, Megan, in fact, just last week, he said that they are getting the job done with fewer officers. Take a listen to everything he said.
With nearly 500 fewer officers, we have to use overtime to flex the size of the department to make it look and feel as if we have 2,600. And so that's what we're budgeted for.
So while the understaffing is nothing new, it's still a major concern. And of course, we will continue to follow it. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, it has been a little more than 3 months since Mayor Scott's squeegee collaborative plan took effect. This morning, we're looking into how effective the plan has been.
Shannon Lilly joining us live along President Street with a look at the progress. Shannon.
Well, the mayor, Megan, says squeegee complaints or complaints about squeegee kids are down some 73%. So that's certainly progress. However, we've talked to some people in this area who say they have recently seen more of them out, all thanks to the warm weather. In fact, this very week on this street, despite these signs saying it's not allowed, squeegee kids were out and cameras were rolling. In fact, take a look at the left-hand side of your screen right here. This was the scene just after 9 o'clock Tuesday night when 3 squeegee kids were working drivers on President Street, even though President Street is now deemed one of the city's 6 no squeegee zones. And 2 weeks ago, our cameras captured these 2 squeegee kids working the north end of President Street, just feet from the entrance to the city police department. Now, an officer and a member of the city's African American Engagement Office arrived on the scene, and they told the kids to stop their squeegeeing, and they also urged them to return for help the next day.
They were being very friendly. They weren't being disrespectful, but they're not supposed to be there. And they'll be mentored. We'll have different entrepreneur speakers come in, teach them about entrepreneurship, teach them about financial literacy, and at the end of the day, they receive a stipend.
Now, since the city established these squeegee zones in February, police say officers have issued 29 warnings and no citations. So remember, squeegee kids must get 3 warnings before getting a citation. And it appears, again, that no one has gotten a citation. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. If you have a run-in with a squeegee kid, we'd like to hear about it. You can send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com. Let us know where it happened and if you have video.
One Baltimore City councilman is questioning how city funding is being used after Mayor Brandon Scott promised weekly recycling will return by the first quarter of 2024, potentially a full year from now.
Councilman Yitzi Schleifer says funding is being misplaced, pointing to the mayor's Clean Core program paying $15 million for community groups to pick up trash. And in one proposed budget for next year, DPW is requesting a 40% pay increase for upper-level management, while the overall waste removal and recycling budget is only requesting a 7% increase.
Instead of seeing the DPW executives' salaries ballooning, what I'd like to see is that same 40% increase go to the workers at DPW, the ones who are actually doing the work.
The delay is frustrating residents as well. One group is filing a lawsuit against the city, demanding that it follow its own charter, which requires weekly recycling collection. A hearing for that lawsuit has not yet been set. A civil rights attorney speaks out in the shootings of 2 young people who made similar mistakes. Why Ben Crump says the outrage should be equal in both cases.
Highs in the 80s this afternoon, but our next weather maker will be here just in time for the weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking that system in his full Weather Authority forecast. It is 9:37 and it's 5 o'clock somewhere. .940, another shooting, this time based on a mistaken car, as 2 teens are fighting for their lives this morning. This after the national story involving young people going to the wrong homes ends in gunfire.
Tom Rogers is in the Live Center breaking down the latest on 3 major stories. Tom.
Yeah, it's really just a bad theme presented in the U.S. with a shoot first, ask questions later mentality. This is now 2 Texas cheerleaders recovering this morning after being shot for mistakenly opening the wrong door of a car in a dark parking lot. 25-year-old Pedro Rodriguez now facing deadly conduct charges and is out on $500,000 bond right now. Heather Roth says she and Peyton Washington, who you just saw, the cheerleader right there, were carpooling from a cheer gym Tuesday night. You see her there. Well, Roth went to a car that was in the dark parking lot that she thought was her own and opened the door. That's when she says she realized that Rodriguez was sitting in the passenger seat. Roth said that she apologized, got the wrong door. She exited the car and he opened fire. Roth was treated at the scene for a gunshot wound, but Washington, she needed to be airlifted to a hospital and is now recovering in the ICU. Washington was just accepted to Baylor University and will hopefully be cheering for them in the fall. Now, this shooting comes just 3 days after a 20-year-old Kaylin Gillis that you see here was shot and killed in upstate New York for pulling into the wrong driveway. Police say 65-year-old Kevin Monahan fired 2 shots at the car from his porch as that car was reversing away from his home. One of the bullets struck and killed Gillis. Meanwhile, Monahan has been charged with second-degree murder in connection with her death. A similar scene playing out 2 days earlier when 16-year-old Ralph Yorl was shot in Kansas City, Missouri. Now, Yorl rang the doorbell of a house and was trying the doorknob when he was shot. Apparently, he just went to the wrong house trying to pick up his younger brothers. Yorl's recovering, and his GoFundMe page has raised more than $3 million. 84-year-old Andrew Lester is charged with first-degree assault and criminal action. Attorney Ben Crump, who is representing Yorl in court, says despite the victims' different races, the outrage should be the same for both cases with Yorl's injuries and Gillis's death.
Race does not change the need for justice in either of these cases. If you were outraged at the shooting of Ralph Yarr, you should be outraged at the shooting death of Caitlin Gillis. That is what humanity requires.
Now, the men accused in both cases that you heard Crump talking about, each appearing in court yesterday. Lester pleaded not guilty to felony charges relating to that shooting. Monahan was denied bail as he's facing murder charges for Gillis. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Well, we could see record-breaking temperatures tomorrow, but a cold front will be moving through the area this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking those temps in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Global icon, Grammy winner, and now cryptocurrency expert. Why Taylor Swift is receiving praise after turning down a controversial brand deal. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Cinco de Mayo, just about 2 weeks away, and we are getting you prepared with a taste of banditos and a fun taco recipe. We have executive chef Josh White joining us live here in our kitchen. My favorite food is tacos.
And tequila.
I'm so happy to be doing this with you. What are you making?
Today we're going to be making a Russ and Gus taco. It's one of our most popular ones. It's based upon an Old Bay fried shrimp, named after a couple of friends of ours that we had forever. So let's just get right into it, and we can talk about some stuff.
Okay, put me to work.
Yeah. So we can do this one at home, guys. So look, this is what we're going to do. A couple shrimp. We're going to drop this in some buttermilk or some maybe egg.
Do you devein them?
They are deveined, peeled and deveined.
Yeah, we should do that.
So this is just a mixture of Old Bay flour and a little cornmeal.
Old Bay. That's
Shake that off there. You want to drop that down there?
Yes, I do.
All right. See what you got.
How long do I do it for?
Till it's done.
How long is that?
I'll let you know.
Okay. And what's next?
All right, in the meantime, we're going to start melting some cheese. Here, take this Chihuahua cheese. We're going to pour it right on top of that.
What is Chihuahua cheese?
Chihuahua cheese is almost like a Mexican mozzarella. It's just very melty, very soft, very mild. That's perfect. Okay. We're going to let that melt down while we're frying this up here.
Right. Multitasking at its best. What's next?
That's what I got to do. All right, so then through the magic of television, I have this beautiful melted tortilla here right now. Look at that, you know? So we're going to take our fried.
It does melt nicely.
Yeah, perfect.
Can you get that at the store?
Absolutely. You can get this at any of our locations. This is probably our top 3 tacos in all of our locations.
And you have a new location.
We do. We just opened up in Columbia, right behind Merriweather. Grand opening on Cinco de Mayo. What better day to open out there? We're going to have all kinds of events going on. Free tequila, mezcal tastings.
So how many locations is that now?
7.
7.
Yeah. So if you can't make Columbia, you could come check us out on Cinco at either Fed Hill, Towson, Maple Lawn, White Marsh. If you're in Virginia, Arlington, Fairfax, we're everywhere.
We're everywhere now.
All right, so these are looking nice and golden brown now. So we're going to take these. I got the chef hand, so I got you here, all right?
Thank you.
We're going to place these guys right on top of this cheesy. Usually I don't do cheese and seafood, but this is a winner right here, okay?
I think so, too.
So I got a little bit of grilled onions. We're just going to heat those back up. We got a little bit of pico de gallo.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat pico de gallo.
And it looks pretty, too.
Yeah, we're going to take our grilled onions right on top there. And then we're going to finish this with our sriracha. So this is sriracha and ranch that we kind of mix together.
I do that at home. I put that on my pizza, sriracha and ranch.
All right, I got the idea from her. I'm not going to lie, you know.
Thank you so much for finally listening.
There
I had one good idea.
All right, and this is our Russ and Gus taco.
I love it. The Russ and Gus taco, one of the many items. Is this your favorite?
This is my favorite. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, and what do you pair it with?
Any of our beautiful tequilas. Like, we have more tequilas than you could count.
Has that got Old Bay on the rim?
Yeah, that's our jalapeno margarita.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we got a pineapple margarita. This is our Baja margarita. It's our brand new one. It's available in Columbia. It's going to be available everywhere starting Cinco.
Pick blue.
I mean, you can't go wrong with the blue one,
right? And so this is Cheers to Cinco de Mayo.
Cheers to Cinco de Mayo.
Happening 2 weeks away, but is this taco on the menu right now?
This taco is on the menu at all of our locations. Stop it and get one today.
Thank you.
You got it.
Olay. All right, we want to turn it over now to switching gears, some serious news, Tom.
Yeah, this is breaking news from the Live Center right now, where SpaceX giant new rocket, it was delayed Monday, remember, and it just launched minutes ago. It blew up. And watch the video right here. This is just shown just a little while ago. The speed right now is more than 1,000 miles an hour. It detached 2 of its portions. They dropped safely back down in the ocean. However, now the debris field is spread near Hawaii, because in just a few seconds, you'll see the explosion and then the feed stops. This is Elon Musk company was aiming to send nearly 400-foot Starship rocket, the biggest and most powerful one, on the around the world trip from the southern tip of Texas. Carried no people, no satellites or anything involved, but they tried launching it. Here it goes. This is just about where the explosion's about to happen here. They're cut back to it. You see the flames, and that was the warning. They were saying that we're not supposed to be dealing with that. So they changed the cameras around, trying to go to what is causing that issue. And then it goes back, and then you'll see the explosion here. It's called off Monday because there was a stuck valve in the rocket during that takeoff. But now we're getting the issue that it blew up, and the debris field is now over parts of Hawaii. And any second now, you're going to be able to see. You can still see the rocket. It's not handling the way it was supposed to at this point, according to the operators. They were saying this is not following suit of where it was supposed to be happening. You see it almost turning around, peeling the opposite direction here as this continues speeds up. But the explosion happening here in just a second, and nothing left, as there were thousands along South Padre Island watching this rocket take off. All right, now we need to go back over to Justin here. And yeah, failed rocket. Thankfully, no injuries, no one hurt, just a lot of equipment and back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and that's why they do the test flights, Tom, exactly like you're saying, so that they can go back to the drawing board. And that's what the folks at SpaceX have said. You know what? We obviously learn from this, and, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's fortunate that no one was on it, and they'll continue to test and make sure that everything is good to go. So eventually we can get those astronauts back up to the moon. Our weather headlines right now, not looking too bad. We had a lot of sunshine that's out there. We're in the 60s now. We're on our way to the 80s later this afternoon, so it will be warmer. We are tracking rain that's going to return for the weekend. That rain comes through right about Saturday, midday into the afternoon, so it is going to affect your outdoor plans on Saturday. But today looks great. 66 next hour if you're hanging out there at Penn Station, and we're looking at numbers into the low to mid 80s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Even for happy hour, and you're going to enjoy some tacos this afternoon, we're talking about numbers into the lower 80s by about 5 p.m. So high of 84 this afternoon, that number well above average. We're going to see that sun go to bed almost 8 o'clock tonight, so definitely getting those longer daylight hours. And check some of the numbers here across Carroll and Baltimore counties, low to mid 80s for your afternoon highs. Those numbers only going warmer tomorrow. Could see record highs on Friday with your 7-day forecast right here. Upper 70s on Saturday. Rain again through the middle of the afternoon into the evening, and then cooler and drier back behind that on Sunday.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending now, Americans are spending big bucks for legal marijuana. Taylor Swift may be a cryptocurrency expert, and the color of your iPhone could reveal more about your personality than you think. A lot going on.
Can't wait to hear that one. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joining us live in studio to tell us about today's top trending stories. Mark.
That's right. A lot going on. According to a new report from MJ Biz Daily, Americans love a good buzz so much that legal marijuana sales have surpassed chocolate sales. What? Americans spent roughly $30 billion on legal marijuana in 2022 compared to $20 billion spent on chocolate. Legal cannabis sales were greater than craft beer, opioid medications, and topical pain relief sales. So people like the, Trending elsewhere, a lawyer is praising Taylor Swift for being smart enough to question the dubious claims of failed cryptocurrency exchange FTX. Adam Moskowitz told the Scoop podcast that Swift was offered a $100 million sponsorship deal with the company back in 2021. Swift turned down the offer. Others did not. Shaq, Tom Brady, Larry David, they didn't. Now they're all part of a $5 billion lawsuit accusing them of endorsing a fraudulent product. And the color of your iPhone might reveal a lot about your personality. The Wall Street Journal asked a psychologist of color theorists to weigh in on why you may have gravitated towards certain colors. Now, the psychologist says people with yellow iPhones are drawn to its mood-boosting and uplifting effects. People who appreciate life complexity tend to gravitate towards lavender. Red is for people who are attention seekers. And people with black iPhones exude strength and self-assuredness. Yes, I have a black iPhone.
I think they went way deep with the colors there. All right, Mark, thank you.
Yes.
We'll stay with Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. After the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers with his red phone and the exclusive 10-day forecast.